All right, I'm going to open the meeting here of the San Clemente City Council, our regular meeting of November 7th, 2023. I'm the Mayor, Chris Duncan, and we start out with closed session. City Clerk, do we have any comments?
Yes, we have public comments for closed session A1 and A2, starting with Amanda Q.
Hello, council members. I'm concerned, I think I have a PowerPoint presentation, please. I'm concerned about this closed session discussion item. Here's a memorandum. Oh, it's still not up yet. It might take a second to. No, not that one. That one. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, here's a memorandum of the property at 100 Avenida Presidio, and this is a memorandum alerting people who applied to buy or lease the property for a geotechnical engineer because the city of San Clemente conducted a review of the existing slope issues and going back to 2011. Next slide, please. Here's a San Clemente Times article showing that they found asbestos in the old city hall. Next slide, please. And here are some historical photographs. The picture on the right depicts the photo that was in the environmental review, or actually the geotechnical study. And here's the one that's just from the map on our city webpage. Next slide, please. If you can see where the arrows are pointing, there's unstable land and separation that has been present for years since 2011. Next slide, please. You can see that there is some slight slippage of hillside on the left side and also on the right, where there's erosion control wattles. And the next slide, please. And then you'll see how they've kind of slipped down because the land's already kind of sliding down already. So it's no longer straight. So next slide, please. Here's more. You can see more of the slippage on the hillside at those 2 points. Next slide. The arrow shows, again, the ridgeline, the degradation of that. Next slide. And here's a wonderful sinkhole that's developing there at the bottom. And, pretty soon, if we have the El Nino, we're going to have a little cenote there. Next slide, please. So these, is that it? Or did it just go dark? Okay. So basically, these photos are from the hillside today, and we're concerned, some residents are concerned regarding what is the intention of that. Is my understanding when I met the city manager and Randy Little, someone from the San Clemente Historical Society, we met up to preserve the trees there and the roses. We were informed that because there's, landslide issues, that the only use for that would be passive use, and Mr. Little suggested maybe a botanical garden, and which would be really supported in our community to preserve that area. However, there is concerns regarding that land. But if we can preserve the rose bushes and the acacia trees and the other surrounding landscape, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For closed session item 1B, first speaker is Leslie Eisner, followed by Richard Hutchinson.
My name is Leslie Eisner, and I'm the president and artistic director at Camino Real Playhouse in San Juan Capistrano, where I've been for the past 9 years. Camino Real Playhouse has been a part of San Juan Capistrano's charm for 35 years. Hundreds of plays, thousands of actors, and tens of thousands of patrons have graced our stage and become part of the magic of our historic theater. But a theater is more than just a building. Theater is a hub, a community center, an educational center, a venue, and a home for thespians, cast and crew, and art lovers of all kinds. Those who have been fortunate enough to see our shows at the theater can only demonstrate with sheer numbers their continued patronage and their innumerable ovations the impact it has had on them. As you may know, our Playhouse property has been sold, and we need to relocate. But wherever we land, we intend to make it home. That means bringing with us not only our sets, costumes, tech equipment, and tireless and dedicated volunteers, it means bringing our patrons as well. This year, nearly 13,000 people this year will travel almost exclusively from surrounding cities to see our shows. According to a recent study, they spend over $8 at local restaurants and bars for every $1 they spend at the Playhouse, amounting to tens of millions of dollars in revenue to local businesses. After touring your community center recently, there's no doubt in my mind that we can bring our theater family home to San Clemente. We propose to renovate the building at our own expense, bring in all of our own materials, and almost immediately put San Clemente on the map as a major hub for the arts. We look forward to working with the groups already enjoying the use of the community theater so that they may have the benefit of a newly renovated space to meet and perform in as they join the company of not only our plays, but our kids' camps, comedy nights, and musical performances. To those who may be concerned about competition in theater, allow me to simply say that when businesses compete, their customers win. Competition means better shows, a greater selection of shows, and ultimately more theater goers enjoying our great city. Think of New York's theater district. I have to say that as someone who recently built in and moved to San Clemente, the idea of moving the theater here seems too good to be true. What are the odds that this city would be looking for a performing arts center right when we are looking for a new home? But just like the show on the eve of opening night, when the set's not done, the actors aren't off book, the music's not right, and the lights won't work, that despite all odds, it opens to critical acclaim. There really is magic to theater. I invite you all tonight to be part of that theater magic. Let's not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity pass us by. After all, the show must go on.
Thank you, that was great.
Richard Hutchinson, followed by Daryl Hill.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name's Rich Hutchinson. I'm a 22-year resident of San Clemente and a member of the board of the Camino Real Playhouse. I have a background in theater that goes back to high school in, I'm embarrassed to say, the 1960s, training at Yale and 5 years of summer stock back east when I was younger. I'd like tonight to detail for you the level of talent and professionalism that we strive for and indeed insist upon in our productions. The Playhouse draws actors not just from the local community, but from all of Orange County, as far north as Long Beach and Los Angeles, and San Diego County as well. Many have professional experience and explicitly choose to perform with us because they recognize the quality of the shows that we put on. On more than one occasion, their friends, who are themselves in the entertainment industry, have been stunned after seeing one of our shows to be informed that we are not professional actors ourselves. That's a compliment that we humbly accept, but it's also a standard that we strive to uphold and indeed insist upon. Our actors frequently move between our stage and other local stages, including, of course, the Cabrillo Playhouse. As an actor, I don't regard myself as being in competition with Cabrillo when I perform at Camino Real. I think the two are complementary of each other. More theater is better for the community and for the theaters themselves, especially in an era when so many local theaters have been forced to close their doors due to the pandemic and various economic issues. Just look at the Center Theater Group in LA, a huge theater. They're closed. The Playhouse has wide experience in offering a variety of events in its venue, not just plays and musicals. We have a long-running monthly stand-up comedy show, one of the longest in Orange County. We promote the art of playwriting through our annual show-off competition, in which authors present 10-minute plays, hundreds of 10-minute plays, as Leslie will tell you, because she has to read them. We select 7. We perform them, and the audience votes for the winners, the winning playwright getting a cash prize. We've presented musical performances by various outside groups, just recently a Jimmy Buffett tribute band. We have musical performances of other kinds. I just said that, sorry. We've hosted extensive children's programs, teaching kids the arts of acting, public speaking, and watching their self-esteem skyrocket. We thus are well-versed in juggling the needs and schedules of a variety of different users, an expertise especially vital in dealing with the many people who currently occupy the community center. The Playhouse as a resident theater in the community center would give San Clemente a unique resource, a source of pride, as well as providing significant economic opportunities for the city. We've served South Orange County for 35 years, and we look forward to serving San Clemente for many more. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Daryl Hill, followed by Amanda Q, followed by Bob Berman.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Daryl Hill. I am the Managing Director of the Camino Real Playhouse, and I have the responsibility for building sets, signage, and the general maintenance of the Playhouse. And tonight, I'd like to address our community involvement. We've been continuous members of the San Juan Capistrano Chamber of Commerce since our inception, attending chamber mixers and other chamber-affiliated events, such as the State of the City address by the mayor, chamber installation dinners, and coffee with the mayor. We also attend the weekly community coffee chat every Friday. We're also longtime members of the Fiesta Association, who is in charge of organizing the famous Fiesta de los Golondrinas and the Swallows Day Parade. Every year, we can be seen entering a float as we enter in the Swallows Day Parade. Now, we've been participants in a number of intern programs with the Capistrano Unified School District, where we bring in a group of students to work and learn the basics of live theater, such as tech, costuming, and set building. And occasionally, we're able to host special groups for show events, such as hosting the families of Marine Corps servicemen for a free showing of our current play. And next month, that is December, we will be presenting A Charlie Brown Christmas, with one show presented only for the special needs children and their families. Now, I'd like to bring up something additional that we do year-round. We have a Pay It Forward program, where this is where regular attendees to our shows can donate tickets or money into a fund that provides free tickets to servicemen and women and first responders. Lastly, over the years, we have demonstrated our close relationship with the San Juan Capistrano City Council and staff, and we deeply appreciate their support for the Playhouse over the past 35 years. We look forward to transferring this civic involvement, this participation, and this caring for the community to a new home where we become an integral member of the City of San Clemente family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Q, followed by Bob Berman.
I was recently asked what San Clemente means to me. Growing up in San Clemente was very special to me. I was exposed to a wide variety of arts and culture. Sebastian's Dinner Playhouse was a significant touchstone of my youth. I can still vividly recall the shiny Rolls Royces and sophisticated ladies in fur coats showing up to attend performances. The beauty and elegance of these events was another part of this beach town. So we both had Sebastian's Playhouse and Cabrillo Playhouse to go and see plays. A town shaped by the sand and surf of Pacific with deep roots of friends and family. That's what San Clemente means to me. The beauty of San Clemente, from its perfect beaches to glorious sunsets along with magnolia trees that lined up and down my street. A street that had two artists, one music producer, and when I moved from my childhood home, I also moved right next to one music producer and another music producer down the street. I developed a love and passion for the arts, especially for California artists who were enraptured by California. Albert Bierstadt captured the autumn tint of gold in his paintings of Yosemite Valley. Having exposure to the arts as a child is so important and so vital in our community. That is why I support Camino Real Playhouse. They embody the spirit of San Clemente in California. The Camino Real Playhouse has been part of San Juan Capistrano for the past 35 years and has established its own base of patrons. Camino Real Playhouse brings 35 years of dedicated patrons, and it will stimulate the economy by increasing restaurant revenue along Del Mar and surrounding streets as people go eat and drink before and after a play, and possibly window shop as well. I'm supportive of their efforts in bringing its playhouse to our Spanish Village by the Sea, and I'm supportive of this. And I can't thank you enough for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last speaker is Bob Berman.
I have to admit, when they moved me from second speaker to last, I felt a little insulted. But anyway, now I'm really glad that I was, because I knew that they were going to leave something out, something very important that they wouldn't think to say, but that we have in the theater, and very few theaters do. Some do, and I'm going to get to it in a second after I kind of introduce myself, say a little bit about what I think I bring to the table. Won't take more than 45 minutes. I'm the chairman of the board. I have a acting degree from UCI here in Orange County. I have a master's degree in acting from UCLA, and I act and direct still and keep these people quiet. The last thing I think I don't know if I should tell you this or not, because people have different attitudes about it, but I was actually a mime for about 6 years. And
Should have left that out.
do you want me not to talk? Okay, I was a mime, but one thing that the mime did tell me, by the way, study mime, you'll learn a lot about what goes on inside, and so I tend to be an inward person as opposed to an outward person, and people always thought, why is this guy trying to act? He's so inward, and that was true, even when I was, why am I talking about myself? Let me get moving here. So I'm an actor, I'm a director, I have a master's degree in acting and a BA in acting, and a mime. But back to what I think is important. And I'm going to go through a little bit of the history of the theater, and I'll get to what is important and what was left out here. Very recently, I attended a
You have
preview.
1 minute.
Oh, my God. Wow. I attended a preview performance of of Misery, our latest play, and the crowd was standing ovation, and they were hugging each other and kissing each other and all these people, and I realized that that was what we give to our community. Yes, all this technical stuff about who we are and what we attend and how good we are and all that stuff, but the one thing that we give and that we get back in spades is love. And if you don't have love between you and your community, you will fail. And we have not failed. We have been in 34 years. I know you said 35, but I think it was 34. Started 34 years, and it grew and grew and grew because that was our center, and it remains our center. Do I have any time left? Okay, thank
Not
you.
anymore.
Thank you, thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
Why, I didn't use
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Next time, we want that all in mime. All right, well, any more speakers, City Clerk?
No additional speakers. I will announce that for closed session conference with real property negotiators, there are 2 items that council is discussing tonight. Real property negotiations, APN 690-012-01. That is the property located at 100 Avenida Presidio, San Clemente, California, 92672. City negotiators are City Manager Andy Hall, Cecilia Gallardo Daly, Assistant City Manager, and Jonathan Lightfoot, City Planner. And the negotiating parties are Pacific Company, Raintree Partners, Affirmed Housing. Under negotiation is price and terms, and real property negotiations, APN 058-111-55, property located at 100 Calle Seville, San Clemente, California, 92672. City negotiators is Andy Hall, city manager. Negotiating parties not applicable at this time, and under negotiation is price and terms.
Okay, thank you, City Clerk. Do we have a motion? Motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Motion is to go into closed session by Cabral. Second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. Okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the City Council meeting for the City Council of San Clemente of September 7th, 2023. It's our regular council meeting, so we're a few minutes late. We do start the business meeting at 6 p.m. I'm Chris Duncan, the mayor. This is our City Council. So I'm calling the meeting to order, and we will start off with the invocation by Pastor Carl Stuckenberg from St. Andrews by the Sea United Methodist Church. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
Please rise if you care to participate. And stay risen afterward for the pledge.
Let's be in prayer. Loving and gracious God, we give you thanks for this day, for your creation, for the warm sun and the ocean and the land that makes up this beautiful city of San Clemente. We're grateful that as human beings, we each bear your image to one another, and we ask that you help us to recognize the things that bring us together far more than the earthly things that separate us. We thank you for this city, for our elected officials who have chosen to serve in these roles, and I pray that your wisdom and love and grace would be their foundation as they strive to lead this community. We pray for the strength and courage for our first responders who strive to keep your people safe. And in this world that can feel so broken, we pray for your healing. Where there is hatred, allow your peace and love to reign. Help us to see that we are all sisters and brothers, because we are all your children. Amen.
Amen. Linda Williams, would please come up and lead us in the pledge. Please place your right hand over your heart and follow Linda.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. And that was in honor of our new pickleball courts. Next up, yeah, let's keep that positive attitude through the whole meeting. Okay, we're doing roll call, and City Clerk, I will note all 5 council members are present.
Okay.
And we will move on to our Veterans Day recognition. We have a video. Oh, my. Hi, everybody. This is Mayor Chris Duncan for the City of San Clemente. Just want to give a shout out to all of our veterans.
Veterans Day is an important holiday in America. We honor the men and women that fight for our freedoms.
It's a time to pause and appreciate those that had served in the past, like my grandfather and all, and those that are currently serving, and to just ponder on the sacrifices that are out there. Missed birthdays, missed births, weddings, funerals, all the above.
It's the day when we look back and reflect on the conflicts that we've had before, and we recognize all the brave Americans who chose, volunteered, and fought those wars.
Veterans Day was called originally Armistice Day, and we thank all veterans from all wars.
We are a military town, we're a Marine Corps town, but we celebrate all the armed services, especially the veterans, right? The folks who are willing to risk everything for us in defense of our freedom.
We get to spend some time together, remember those who paid the ultimate price, as well as those who served our country.
I'm thankful to you, because without you, we don't have a country. Our democracy, our freedom, it's all because of the service that you do.
Veterans Day for me is about friendship, leadership, and memories. The professionalism, the sacrifice of family and personnel, the camaraderie within the military family.
We just can't say enough about how grateful we are. This town comes together for a lot of things, but we especially come around for veterans.
I appreciate everything that veterans are doing and the sacrifice that many of us don't realize what is really at stake.
I just want to say that we appreciate everything you do for our freedoms. God bless you, veterans, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, veterans, for your service. We're going to acknowledge here in San Clemente the veterans this Saturday at 10 a.m. at Semper-Fi Park. Veterans have served our community for decades, and we just want to have an event here in San Clemente that recognizes their sacrifice and their commitment to our country.
It's about supporting our military and those who are currently serving.
So I want to give a special thank you to all the veterans we have in San Clemente and beyond. Thank you so much for your service and everything you've done for us.
Thank you, veterans.
Thank you, veterans.
Thank you, veterans. Thank you, veterans.
Thank you, veterans.
Thank you, veterans.
Thank you, veterans.
Thank you, veterans. You're amazing.
All right. That was nice. And thank you to our incredible city staff for putting that together in honor of our veterans. That was beautiful, and thanks for giving all of us the chance to participate in that, as well as other members of the community and veterans, as you saw in the video. City Manager, I think, speaking of our staff, there are some veterans on our staff you'd like to recognize.
There are Petty Officer 3rd Class Troy Schenker of the United States Navy. He was a combat veteran who served in Operation Enduring Freedom as a .50 caliber machine gunner in Kuwait and Iraq. And Janet Batchelor, who was a U.S. Marine for 4 years. So we have some right here on staff. We appreciate their service to the country.
All right. Thank you, Troy and Janet. Yes. Okay, City Clerk?
Okay, moving on. Presentation of proclamation to Christina Duffy and Megan Taylor declaring November as Family Court Awareness Month.
All right, should I go? Well, there's a lot of small writing on here, and I think I've learned over the months here that it might be better to just paraphrase. I will say this about Family Court Awareness Month, and thank you both for raising our awareness about this. I started my legal career as a family court attorney, and I can tell you it is one of the most difficult, heartbreaking, personal law practices there are, right? You're dealing with people's individual lives and frequently children and relationships and things that are so, that really affect us all, right? And that you can't help but kind of get emotional when you go through and practice that law. So I'm glad we're able to honor family court here. There needs to be a place to hear those kind of disputes and resolve them in a way where people can hopefully move forward in a productive way. So, I'll paraphrase that, whereas, the city of San Clemente and I, the mayor of city of San Clemente, do hereby declare this month of November as Family Court Awareness Month, and we do encourage all residents to support their local communities' efforts to prevent the harm of children in the hands of family members and to honor and value the lives of children, right? We really do that a lot in this city council in particular, and I'm glad we can honor family court where we do take care of those children through the judicial process. So ladies, would you like to say a few words, and then we can take a picture if the council would like to come down as well, and I can give you that proclamation.
Mayor, City Council, thank you for proclaiming that November is Family Court Awareness Month. My name is Megan. I am a mother and a child safety advocate bringing awareness on the serious child safety issues that are happening in the family court system. 11 years ago, I ended up in the family court system dealing with issues related to child safety, and I had no idea how hard it would be to protect my child. Family court rulings are widely based on a parent getting a fair share of parenting time with the child, even more than of the safety of the child with a parent. Most would be shocked to know that in many states, family court judges on the bench making rulings that impact the children's lives have 0 mandated training hours in child trauma, child emotional, physical, or sexual abuse, coercive control, domestic violence, including California. In many states, barbers and beauticians are mandated to have more DV, domestic violence, training than judges. Here are some related statistics. 1 in 15 children are victims of child abuse, usually by a family member or parent. Abusive parents are more likely to seek sole custody than the nonviolent ones, and they are successful 70% of the time.
And my name's Christina, and I began my family court journey 5 years ago, and I'm still in the system. Here's some additional statistics. Domestic violence often worsens after separation or divorce, with the focus turning to the children. Up to 60% of perpetrators who abuse their spouse will abuse their child. 75% of child sexual abuse is perpetrated by a family member or a person known to the child. More than 50% of the time, when an allegation of child sexual abuse is raised, the courts switch physical custody to the alleged abuser. Family members are almost half of the perpetrators of crimes against child sexual assault victims younger than 6. Domestic violence is about power and control. The desire to maintain power and control doesn't mysteriously vanish when the relationship ends. The family court system becomes a new and highly effective platform for abusers, and abusers know how to manipulate untrained judges. Our children's lives are literally dependent on the courts becoming educated on these issues. This proclamation means the world not only to us, but to so many parents right here in San Clemente who have active family court cases. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's much to do to ensure that the system is effective. Thank you for your work, and in honor of the work, I'd like to give you the proclamation. Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it.
If you'd like to stay there. Next presentation is a presentation of proclamation to Christina Fortes, recognizing National Nurse Practitioner Week as November 12th through the 18th of 2023.
All right, thank you for coming. And we wanted to recognize nurse practitioners as well for filling this incredible healthcare need for our community. I was not a nurse practitioner, so but I do very much. The reason I went to law school is because I like faint at the sight of blood, right? So I have a lot of respect for people who practice in the healthcare industry, and nurse practitioners are an incredibly important part of that. So we do want to thank you on behalf of the city of San Clemente in proclaiming the week of November 12th to 18th, 2023 to be National Nurse Practitioner Week, in recognition of the countless contributions that nurse practitioners have made over the past half century and will continue to make to the health and well-being of the citizens in our state and especially in our community here in San Clemente. So thank you so much for your work. And if you'd like to say a few words.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council members. My name is Dr. Christina Fortes. I am a nurse practitioner. I'm also an educator, a professor at Cal State Fullerton and UC Irvine. And I am so pleased and privileged to be standing here. We have lots of celebration for this year. California has finally, with the passage of AB 890, granted us the ability for full practice authority. And for those of you who aren't familiar what that is, it allows a nurse practitioner to move towards owning our own clinics and running much more independently than we have in the past. And this is an area that has been not just to California, but we are getting to this finally. Many states offer nurse full practice authority for many years now, so we're just so thrilled to have this opportunity and to serve the needs of persons and healthcare, to promote healthcare, especially after COVID and all that we found out and what we didn't know and what we did know. I'm just so thrilled to have this opportunity, and thank you.
Again, thank you for your work, and here is your proclamation. Thank you for coming. All right. Yes, good to meet you too. And that is? Okay.
That is all for proclamations. While the mayor is walking back to the dais, I will announce Leslia Meyerhoff. She's our Coastal Zone Administrator, and she'll be giving a presentation on Sandon Beach, on the Sandon Beach Nourishment Project. And there's Leslia.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here tonight to give you an update on the city's public beach restoration project. So, as most of you know, the Army Corps of Engineers and the City of San Clemente have been partners for quite some time in developing a public beach restoration project. I'm happy to announce that this project will commence very shortly. The project is intended to create a brand new 50-foot wide beach berm The volume of sand to be dredged is 251,000 cubic yards of sand. It's a lot of sand. The project footprint is about 3,200 linear feet from Linda Lane in the north of the city to T Street in the south of the city. The project is generally centered around the city's municipal pier, and that beach is, of course, one of the most popular beaches in the city of San Clemente. This graphic shows the conceptual project footprint. You can see it outlined in red with a cross-hatching. So you can see the pier in the center, and then the northern extent near the Linda Lane Street, and the southern end close to the T Street intersection with the beach. Importantly, this is a 50-year project, so it's not one and done. This is the very first entirely new federal beach nourishment project in the state of California in more than 60 years. And as you know, it has not been a direct or a quick path to get to this point, but we are at this point. We're about to have the project start. So it's very exciting. We're really gearing up for this, and I've got a lot of good information I'm going to share with you today. The sand for the project is coming from an offshore borrow site located just north of the city of Oceanside. The sand will be placed on the beach approximately every 6 years for the 50-year project life. And the city will be doing post-construction monitoring. The Army Corps will be doing monitoring as well. And the monitoring will indicate when it's time to begin planning the next renourishment event. So the final renourishment event is planned for the year 2074, which is 50 years out. Over the 50-year life of the project, we're looking at about 2 million cubic yards of sand being placed in the city. So when I presented to you last time, we had not had the contract awarded yet, but the Army Corps of Engineers is the contract manager for this project. They have awarded the contract to Manson Construction Company, and that occurred at the end of September. Tomorrow, we have our pre-construction meeting where we will have city staff present as well as Army Corps of Engineers staff from both the Los Angeles district, who are the project managers, and then we have staff from the Portland district, and they're managing the overall dredge contract. So we will be getting additional details likely tomorrow on the schedule going forward, and we'll share that with you as soon as we have it. Conceptually, right now, they're talking about mobilization of dredge equipment, pipeline segments, et cetera, as early as about 3 weeks from now. So they're talking generally right after Thanksgiving, bringing the first pieces of equipment to the city beach. And then actual beach sand placement activities would occur in mid-December. And again, once we have more specific dates, I'll be back to report that to you. The active sand placement period will take about 50 days, give or take a couple, depending on weather, hoping all the equipment is in operational order and the dredge is actually in dry dock right now with some maintenance and Coast Guard certification. So everything should be going according to plan. They're spending a lot of time and effort making sure that things go smoothly from this point forward. So dredging operations just north of Oceanside will occur on a 24-hour-a-day, 7-per-day-a-week basis. However, beach sand placement operations in the city will only occur from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and that will happen 7 days a week. Project construction demobilization is basically the project wrap-up when they remove all the equipment, all the pipelines, and all of their other gear and move it to the next site, which for them will be Solana Beach. That right now is tentatively scheduled for late January or early February in the new year. So this photograph is, it's an example. This is really the first equipment we're going to see here in the city. We're going to see pipeline be brought onto the beach with heavy equipment. You can see a couple people who are helping to place the equipment. Then offshore, you've got a barge. So when you see this in the offshore area just south of the pier, you will know that project is going to be starting very soon. This photograph shows just south of the pier, there was a black line, and that's actually where the pipeline landing will occur. So the pipeline will be brought on shore and will be in place approximately 2, maybe 3 weeks before actual beach sand placement activities occur. And that is because they need a calm weather window in which to land that pipeline segment. This is an example of what you can expect to see when the sand, which will be, of course, mixed with seawater and pumped onto the beach in a slurry. This is what it looks like. So it's, it can be dark in color. The bulldozers and heavy equipment will process the sand and create shore parallel dikes so that the water drains away and the sand stays behind. Here's another example of the types of equipment and machinery personnel that you'll see on the beach during the active construction phase. And you can see that they create sort of a containment system on the landward and the seaward side of the sand placement footprint. And again, that's to retain as much sand as possible and allow the water to dissipate. This is also to control turbidity. There will be some suspended sediments in the sediment that's placed on the beach, so this helps that sediment settle out so that there's not a water quality impact. The contractor will begin staging at the Marine Safety Headquarters. We're going to be using a portion of their parking lot. However, we're keeping a 15-foot minimum safety corridor for emergency access vehicles to transit to and from marine safety. This is really just an example of the kinds of equipment that will be stored in the staging area. So pipeline segments. The pipeline is 2.5 feet in diameter. There will be heavy equipment stored in the staging area during times it's not in use. There will be likely a construction trailer for personnel with Manson Construction for their temporary offices. And all of this will be fenced and secured by the contractor. So now that we're so close to the project start, we have begun to roll out our communications plan, our outreach plan. Of course, we got a nice big QR code here, which will take you directly to a project website that we've developed. And there's just an abundance of information there, not only just project description details, but also schedule, cost, some of the other social media outlets that the city is distributing information to. So in addition to this QR code, I'll be back at future council meetings with updates as additional information becomes available and we get closer to project construction. We'll also be doing press releases at milestones such as the dredge placement. Once we have a solid date for that, we'll do a press release to let the public know that that's upcoming. We will also be doing e-blasts of information. Again, all the social media posts will occur. We're also going to be having signs on site. We'll have some large oversized signs placed at the project construction site, as well as near the pier and other public access ways to the beach. So the public will have information on what's happening, why it's happening, who to contact if there's any questions, and links to other sources of information. One of the most important things with this project is, of course, keeping the public safe, keeping them outside of the active construction zone. So the active construction zone will be fenced off. There will be safety and security personnel on site at all times when there is active activity, beach sand pumping going on. Whenever we have equipment moving along the beach, which will be frequently, there will be personnel who are functioning as spotters to make sure nobody's walking into the active construction area. We'll get a lot of inquiries and a lot of interested members of the public who want to know what's going on, and we'll have signs with information. We'll have the QR code available. They can also ask questions, of course, of the contractor. So we are trying to make sure that the public is kept safe throughout the duration of the construction of this project. So we've created a fact sheet. We've got copies of this in the back of the room for the public. And we've got an example here. And basically this outlines the details of the project, the schedule, what to expect during construction. It shows the project footprint, It also shows our partner agencies, of course, the Army Corps of Engineers and California State Parks Division of Boating and Waterways. We've also got the QR code and a website link as well. This is just a screenshot of the city website that we have up and running now. So it's san-clemente.org/beachsand, all one word. And I encourage everyone to take a look at that. If you've got feedback, feel free to send it my way. And this is live, but we can certainly make tweaks as needed going forward. And this will be the central repository, if you will, for where we will publish all of the project updates, project milestones. We'll be giving regular status updates in terms of how much sand has been placed, how many linear feet of the beach have been nourished, and other relevant information like that. And with that, that concludes my presentation. My contact information is here on the screen, phone number, email, again, the city's QR code for more project information. And I thank you very much for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Leslie. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noblock.
Ms. Meyerhoff, two quick questions. What, in your opinion, what's the possibility or probability of having the sand delivery occur later in the winter in order to keep more of the sand on the beach and not being eroded by the winter waves?
I've been asked that a few times. Unfortunately, there's not flexibility in the schedule because this contractor needs to move to other locations immediately upon completion of the San Clemente project. So they've got a large contract that they're working under, and all of the subsequent projects, would basically have a domino effect of being delayed. And some have environmental windows that they can't delay. So unfortunately, I know it's sort of interesting timing that it's happening when we have a potentially El Nino winter. We may or may not get a lot of rain, that remains to be seen. But at a minimum, having this additional sand in place will give the city extra measure of protection.
So if the sand dump, so to speak, starts later, that would potentially be a good thing, if it started a little later, because of the potential backlog ahead of us. Second question, a quick one. What's the status on identifying additional borrow sites up and down the coast? I know we have a grant pending on that. Do you know what the status on that is?
Yes, we have a draft grant application, but it has not been submitted yet. We did apply for a NOAA grant, a National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration grant. We were told that we were not selected to go to the next round, so that is off the table. But the grant we are pursuing now is with we're pursuing basically two tracks. One, we're working with the Army Corps of Engineers. They have a planning assistance to the states program. We've asked them to take on that offshore borrow site investigation task on behalf of the city. We've not heard affirmatively or negatively either way whether or not they're going to do that. So that's one option for finding additional sand sources. The second one we're pursuing is a grant to the Coastal Commission, and we will be submitting that grant application here shortly.
Approximately how shortly? A week?
I would say probably this month. Yes, within this month. We're putting the finishing touches on that. There were some other additional tasks that have been requested to be included in that, so we're working through those issues, and then we'll get it submitted. My pleasure. Thank you.
Leslie, when was the expected start date of the project again?
This project?
Yes.
The Army Corps project, they're talking now about construction staging the week after Thanksgiving, and then potentially mid-December for sand placement activities.
Okay, through sometime in January.
Yeah, it's about 50 calendar days, so really could be, to the very end of January, potentially a few days into February.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Councilmember Cabral.
For the benefit of I had a chance to meet with Leslie this week and talk about a couple things I think we'll all find important also. The SANDAG, our efforts there and what we're doing. Can you help explain what's going on there?
Sure. With SANDAG, so the city submitted a letter to SANDAG following council authorization to do so. That letter was received by SANDAG, and SANDAG has not formally requested the city's participation in the Regional Beach Sand 3 project. However, they have formed an Oceanside Littoral Cell Task Force, which includes San Clemente, Dana Point, all of the other San Diego County cities in the Oceanside Littoral Cell, including Oceanside, Carlsbad, Encinitas, Solana Beach, Del Mar, and San Diego. They are convening basically technical meetings to bring everybody together to solve the Oceanside Littoral Cell sand shortage problem. So,
And in Orange County itself, opportunistic sand opportunities, we're working with Orange County on that can you help us understand that?
sure. So as part of the South Orange County Coastal Resiliency Strategic Plan, that's been this initiative that's been underway for a couple of years at the county. They've had a variety of public meetings over the years. They have identified opportunistic sand sources as one potential strategy for getting more sand on the beach. So I think the city's had some preliminary discussions about wanting to be a part of that program, given that the city's SCOOP, which is Sand Compatibility and Opportunistic Use Program, given that the city's permits expired a few years ago.
And finally, the last opportunity we have is, there was a bit of damage that was done when they moved the railroad tracks and put all the rocks in there, where there may be remediation that's required by the participants that put those rocks there. Is that a real opportunity, and can you help us understand that?
I believe that there is a conversation that's ongoing about how to address those impacts in the city. I'm not really directly involved in that, so I'd have to defer to others on that topic.
All right, thank you.
Pleasure.
Sorry, I have a couple things. First,
Councilman Randmeyer.
I'm so thankful that you are here and part of San Clemente staff in doing everything that you're doing. So thank you for all of your work. I really appreciate it. Couple questions. One, you have mentioned that this is going to be a 50-year project. This first project is about $12 million project. The federal government paid for about $10 million of this. Do you know what the subsequent costs are going to be within 6 years, 12 years to fund this 50-year project?
Yes, we do have preliminary cost estimates from the Army Corps. They went through a very extensive cost analysis. And so we do know that for example, the next renourishment event, 6 years from now, the current cost of that is, I don't have a number in front of me, but it's about $15 million. For the renourishment events, the cost share percentage changes. So for the initial event, it was 65% federal, 35% non-federal. The city, of course, paid a share of that non-federal, but we also received a grant from state parks to help offset the local cost share. So for the renourishment events, it is a 50% federal, 50% non-federal. So our costs will go up for each subsequent nourishment event.
Right, and City Manager, are we currently taking that into account in terms of budgets for the next 6 years?
Yeah, we'll be talking to the city council not only about what we're going to try to do to prepare in our budget, but also some potential revenue sources to help us cover those costs.
Great, thank you. And then next question for you. This was a wonderful presentation. Is there a way for those who aren't watching at home, can we get some posters or signs down by the pier to let them know what's happening when it's coming, what this process will somewhat look like for those residents who aren't paying attention to the city council?
Yes, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Leslie, and thank you to all of the residents who got this project 20 years in the making to happen, and also, of course, to our Congressman Mike Levin for bringing it over the finish line and getting that federal funding and getting the Army Corps of Engineers to make this happen. So thank you, Mike, for that, and thank you for everybody involved. This is going to be 50 extra feet at the beach, right? This is going to make a huge difference for all of the residents that like to hang out there. Sun's out, guns out, at T Street, and all the way up to Linda Lane. Yeah, that's it. And so, yeah, really proud that we could do this. And thank you, Leslie, again for your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Those your guns? Guns. Oh, he said guns.
Keeping it light. Are we on to oral communications?
We are,
City Clerk,
yes.
yes, oral communications.
All right, I'll call the first three speakers. Concerned resident.
Reminding everyone, you have 3 minutes. The light will turn green when you start. When it turns yellow, you have 1 minute left, and you're only allowed to talk about things now that are not currently on the agenda. And we will not be generally responding to the comments. This is our time to listen to what you all have to say and take it all in and really kind of devote our attention to your comments from the public and not engage with you on these issues because, of course, they are not on the agenda.
Slide 1. Congratulations on the opening of 8 designated pickleball courts in City's Steed Regional Sports Park. Steed is not on the agenda tonight, so I want to take this opportunity to recognize the city manager, Mr. Hall, and the council members who approved $1.2 million for the build of 8 designated pickleball courts in the city's regional sports park. It is not easy to find locations for this activity that comply with the state nuisance code 3480. San Clemente is fortunate it has 2 regional parks, Vista Hermosa and Steed, where the city can meet the needs for the fastest growing sport in America and simultaneously not adversely affect residents' enjoyment of their homes. You have successfully found a win for pickleball enthusiasts and a win for residents. Pickleball players and ambassadors have informed you over the past years that they do not care where they play, they just want to play. Residents have informed you over the past years that they are not against pickleball. They just don't want to hear it from their homes all day, every day. Let's face it, the chronic, persistent, repetitive noise that is intrinsic to the game is, as our past mayor Jane James so eloquently stated, is, quote, annoying as hell, end quote. Due to false and insightful social media articles that pickleball players continue to post that are directed at me personally, I would like to memorialize that I have repeatedly stated to this council that I am not against the game of pickleball. I have repeatedly stated that the excess noise it produces should not be located in any residential area. Additionally, I have made numerous suggestions on when the city could put courts that would not impact residents. I am grateful beyond belief that the city has addressed both sides. Hopefully, the players who reside in San Clemente will be satisfied and grateful with the city council's approval of 24 courts, a designated restroom, and a pickleball hub, and more. Slide 2. This is a stadium sitting at the third base side of the Little League field in San G that is basically useless as the dugout blocks the view of the game. Mayor Duncan, you can confirm this. I ask that you instruct the city to relocate it to the new pickleball courts for the usage of pickleball players waiting to play. Again, congratulations to the San Clemente pickleball community. I'm very happy for your new courts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, the next 2 declined to provide their names, but they are residents on via San Gregorio, and the third speaker is Jim Gilbert.
You know what happened to me today? I woke up today with the birds chirping, with the wind blowing in my trees, and I can hear it. I woke up for the first time in 3 years to calm. No balls bouncing, no screaming and cheering, no speeding cars, nobody parked in undesignated spots at the park. I saw my neighbors walking around the park with a big smile. No noise nuisance, pollution, whatever you want to call it. That being said, thank you for doing what you said you were going to do. And you built those beautiful courts with our tax dollars for pickleball. You gave them a beautiful area, beautiful views of the rolling hills, that they could sit there and play till their hearts are delighted. They could sit there, they can all gather together, they have a designated bathroom. So thank you for that. I can't express enough how the noise alone has affected my life, my health, my peace. I am sick from nerves standing here today to talk to you. The picture that you're seeing is actually, my house is right direct, like where the white car is. In that picture, that's where I sit in my house. That's what I heard every day. I apologize to Ruth Martin, my neighbor, for not attending the meetings, all the meetings that she has done to fight for us as residents, to have peace in our neighborhood. There are those who have accused her of being a Karen to the point of bad-mouthing her on Nextdoor and other applications. I have screenshots, by the way, if you'd like to see them. And the person who is hollering the loudest doesn't even live near our street and is not directly affected by the noise. By the way, there is 2 courts down at the beach right there that for Sora Cliffs residents where they could go down and play pickleball and they have an ocean view. This person is not affected by the noise 7 days wasn't affected by the noise 7 days a week from morning to night, nor are those who sat up at the park this weekend with their pizza and their bottles of water, encouraging people to come down here and try to overturn what you have approved for us. It has been a godsend to us who struggled from the noise for 3 years. Someone posted my picture from the last meeting I attended here when I spoke to you. And they didn't say nice things about me, but they wanted me to be directed to as Ruth was. What's going to happen next? Is my garage door going to be tagged as well? Really? Were they there? Did they have to go through what we went through? Do they live on my street? No, they don't. I did not buy my house and lose equity in my house. Does that mean I have to stop?
That does, unfortunately.
Okay, that's okay, because I'm almost finished anyway.
Appreciate
Thank
your
you very
comments.
much.
Thank you.
The next speaker also declined to provide a name.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm speaking on behalf of Sheila Gerardis. Unfortunately, I will not be able to attend the meeting tonight since I'm currently out of state, but please speak on my behalf. Although I am a pickleball player and enjoy the sport, this location is too close to local residences. The noise and traffic creates a major issue for those who live in the close proximity of the park. My understanding is 11/7 will be the closing of the courts. I hope I'm correct. Thank you for your time. And thank you for honoring your commitment. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Jim Gilbert, followed by Olga Resnick, followed by Stuart Anderson.
I was at the pickleball grand opening earlier. I think you all know that that land was promised to the San Clemente Skate Park Coalition, and it's apparently for years. And they had a plan. I guess they had I looked at it, it said a rough draft, and at the last second, they had a meeting for the final draft. I was in New York at the time, or else I would have been able to go to it. Basically, here's just an idea of what, you have the pickleball courts that was supposed to be on the land for the skate park. You have all this land around it. You have some land here past the trees that you could take out the concrete. You could put like a side entrance in for the pickleball courts, and you have all that extra land around the park there. And I heard somebody, I think it was Stephanie Aguilar, the person who had the skate park coalition, telling me some bunch of that they said that because of drainage or something, they could not do that. But I think, all that land around there, the skate park people would be able to make it so the water will drain off, and they'll have drains. She said something about the drainage, that the land right next to the skate park past the palm trees there, for some reason, they couldn't use that. I don't know for sure, but I talked to her once about that. Sorry about my phone, basically, I got injured skateboarding. I've been skateboarding for over 30 years, and I used to skate the school called Truman Benedict. And I had a severe speech problem when I was little. I went to RHD and Exceptional Needs. I was on the little bus. I was treated like shit at that school. I would score a soccer goal, and I would have to play goalie then because he didn't like it, and they'd kick the ball at me on purpose as hard as they can. I mean, that school is a piece of shit where I went to, the schools. And I had Truman Benedict to skate, which, in the late 90s. I loved skating the ledges and all that. I was left out of sports because of that, and I had my skateboard to skate. 30 years ago. And I mean, I was treated like shit by a lot of people at that school, and I was supposed to shut up, and they'd suspend me when 5 people jumped me, and I'd push them back, you know what I mean? At the public schools, and I had like the skateboard, and I mean, I don't know if they know that pretty much they stole the land that was supposed to be for the, skate park. If you look at from a couple of years ago, I think it's in the City of San Clemente Instagram. Basically, it showed the plans for it. And, Stephanie Aguilar was there today, and she was telling me, like, she couldn't believe they did this to us. But they have all that land around there, and I just heard how much did they get? Somewhere maybe almost $1 million or some hundreds of thousands of dollars for that. Why can't they do that for the skate park, too? See what I mean? And this is just a plan. This is just an idea here with all the land around the pickleball courts. Like this way from the skate park, and you could put the entrance in this way here, and you'd have all this land for the skate park if I can give it to somebody so they can look at the idea.
You can hand it to the city clerk. All right. Okay, appreciate that. Your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Olga Resnick, followed by Stuart Anderson, followed by Amanda Q.
Okay. Dear members of the council, thank you very much for closing the pickleball courts at San Gorgonio Park. We were waiting for this a long time. Thank you very much for opening 8 courts at Steed Park. It is very important to keep the noise-producing facilities away from the residential areas. Finally, we can open our windows on the side of the house that facing pickleball courts and enjoy some ocean breeze, finally. And thank you very much again. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening. I just wanted to call your attention to and promote this event in San Clemente. Homelessness 101 is an educational program that is provided by United Way. It is a great introduction to what homelessness is, its demographics, some causes, and some possible solutions. In addition, the executive director of the Friendship Shelter in Laguna Beach will be sharing her experiences, successes, and its impact on the city of Laguna Beach. This free program will be put on at St. Andrews by the Sea, Wednesday, November 29th, starting at 6 p.m. This should be a very educational and informative event. I may have mentioned before, it's free. You don't need a ticket for admission if there's room, but we do encourage you to go to the website of United Way under Homelessness 101 in San Clemente to register. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you.
Amanda Q, followed by Nate, followed by Susan Ambrose.
I have a presentation. That was way up. Next slide, please. So I was looking on Mayor Duncan's Facebook page, and here's Mayor Duncan picketing and wearing City of San Clemente Mayor name tag. There is the logo for our San Clemente emblem there. Next, is this a FPPC violation? Next slide, please. Another picture of Mayor Duncan wearing a City of San Clemente name tag at a picketing event, and you can follow that arrow. There's the name tag there. Next slide, please. Mayor Duncan at the Oceanside Transit Center, where U.S. Border Patrol is transporting immigrants. Why is he wearing his City of San Clemente mayor name tag? Is this city business? Is this a FPPC violation? Next slide, please. So I noticed there was no remembrance for 9/11, and I sent an email to a couple of people. And so I asked, could you please tell me what the city of San Clemente is doing to honor the men and women who lost their lives at the hands of terrorists? On September 11th, 2001, 19 al-Qaeda militants hijacked 4 airplanes and used them to commit suicide attacks aimed at U.S. targets, which resulted in a toll of over 3,000. There were 2,750 people killed in New York, 184 at the Pentagon, and 40 in Pennsylvania. So I'm wondering why. So I wondered why wasn't the city doing anything? Next slide, please. 2 more over, please. There. So this is a text, and it really kind of threw me back because I don't know the context of it, and I was following it. It says, "Excuse the drama about the procession tomorrow," and I'm wondering what was the drama. I only sent 1 email wondering what we were going to do, what was the city going to do to honor the members of those who perished. If you go 2 slides back. But however, there was a text saying that the procession or parade will need to be delayed or canceled. However, it was not. So if you go a couple, 2, 3 more right there. So I was informed, here's a text, and I was informed that the WSL wanted this parade. However, this text from Mayor Duncan is suggesting that a pier jump. So it seems like it was his idea all along. Next slide, please. Even more text showing the mayor asking the chief of marine safety for a pier jump. Next slide, please. Here's a text. "We got you covered for pier jumps." Next slide, please. Oh, I think that's it. So I'm concerned about that.
Thank you for your time and presentation. How many more comments do we have, City Clerk?
3 more cards.
Okay.
Nate, followed by Susan Ambrose, followed by Wayne Eggleston.
Good afternoon. I'm a resident of San Gorgonio. I live directly across the street from the park. I want to come over here and say thank you to the city and to the council in holding your promises and building pickleball courts on the other side of town to take the stress and the relief from the traffic off of our street and to restore some peace in our neighborhood. Hopefully you keep to your promises.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Susan Ambrose. I am reading this memo to you on behalf of Travis Hyde, a San Gorgonio resident. I am a San Gorgonio resident and lived in San Clemente for 30-plus years. I've been trying to restore the original San Gorgonio Park back to its original state with tennis courts, baseball, soccer, and a kids' playground since pickleball has pushed out the tennis court players. The city has agreed to build pickleball courts at a cost in a designated spot where residents will not be bothered with noise and traffic, in which they have at Steed Park. As a resident of San Gorgonio, I would like to see the San Gorgonio pickleball courts turned back into tennis courts to alleviate the noise and traffic. Today, November 7th, 2023, was the first day my family and I could relax in peace without the screaming and hollering that pickleball players display after each point, and with less traffic coming and going. Please do not go back on your word and keep courts available here at San Gorgonio. Pickle players now have a place of their own, Steed Park. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wayne Eggleston?
Good evening. I just wanted to let the community know about a 2nd Battalion 4th Marine Christmas party that we're having. The City of San Clemente, the Chamber of Commerce, and Park Semper Fi put on a barbecue on December the 8th at Camp Pendleton for our adopted Marine Corps unit. We also collect Christmas gifts for the kids. And the red bins are located here at City Hall. They're at the community center and also at Vista Hermosa Sports Park. And we encourage you to fill those bins up because we do have a lot of kids coming over 200 kids coming for the barbecue. So please show your enthusiasm and support for 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines. Thank you so much.
Guys, was that Wayne, was that December 8th is the?
December the 8th is the barbecue.
Okay.
Please let the city manager and our executive assistant Miley know the details so that we can get that on the calendars.
Great, thank you.
This weekend?
Pardon me?
This weekend?
Well, I should mention that, shouldn't I? But you, since you're organizing it, maybe you should. In any event, this year, the Heritage of San Clemente Foundation is not going to be having a Veterans Day ceremony. However, thank you very much, Victor. The Marine Corps League is going to have a scaled-down Veterans Day ceremony at Park Center 5, and it starts at 10 o'clock, and we welcome you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
No more speakers. Moving on, motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
So moved. Second. Motion is Noblock, second Duncan. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
Hearing none?
None.
We'll move on.
Closed session report, city attorney.
Thank you. Council met in closed session on item A1. There was direction given, but no reportable action. They met in closed session on item A2, and there was direction given, no reportable action. They also met in closed session on item B, and there was no reportable action. Thank you.
Staff communications, we do have one update from Public Works Director Dave Riebensdorf.
Should be a couple slides. Okay, here we go. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Riebensdorf, Public Works Director. I have a couple items to report on this evening from the Public Works Department. Next slide, please. First item is Cypress Shores Pump Station and Storm Drain Rehabilitation Project. As the council is aware, we've had a challenge with landslide over the last 2 years in the Cypress Shores community. Fortunately, OCTA came in and installed a series of tiebacks and stabilized the slope in the area, which allowed the city to look at alternate options for its sewer and storm drain service. The photo on the right shows the temporary pump station system that we had with above ground piping and the use of manholes. We used that for the last 2 years, but we had limited storage and we were under a 24/7 pump watch. But with OCTA's completion of their work and the condition of our existing pump station still being in good shape, we have the ability to move back to our pump station. So next slide, please. City staff, utilities, mechanical and electrical crew did an amazing job in rebuilding or building a motor control center in a Connex box, which provides power to the existing pump station and also controls. Next slide. So the area, this is a photo of the area with the Connex box and the temporary electrical system, motor control system. So there's still more work that needs to be done out there, but we are off pump watch and we are saving a significant amount of money. Instead of $130,000 a month, we're about $15,000 a month for rental of an emergency generator. Next slide. So currently we have a project out to bid to fix the area or fix our system. The plans show the replacement of the storm drain in its existing location. We'll add some additional laterals and we'll pick up some of the additional surface flow that we didn't before. We have 9 caissons to be installed to locally stabilize the pump station and sewer line. And then we'll install a new access road, which is shown in dark gray, which will allow staff then to drive a vehicle down to the motor control center. So that's a plan that's currently out to bid, and then we'll have another plan set that will go out to bid for the motor control center and the work inside of there. Next slide, please. So the staff has been working with the Coastal Commission since the first of the year. We put in an application back in May, and we're on the schedule for next Thursday for a hearing to go to the Coastal Commission, and staff's recommendation is to approve the project with some conditions that staff is still working out with the coastal staff. And next month, staff will be coming back to the City Council for construction project approval on December 5th. And if both the Coastal Commission and City Council approve the project, we'll start construction sometime in January. And the project will take about 9 months to complete. Any questions on Cypress Shores?
I have a question.
Councilmember Cabral?
First of all, you sort of skipped over a thing I thought was important, and that was that one building there. I got the opportunity to take a tour with you, and we had our city staff rebuild it at an enormous savings because we couldn't find a contractor, apparently, that could build it in the time and the scale. Just tell the public a little bit. I think it's fascinating that our city staff was able to do this, and they deserve a lot of credit for it.
No, our city staff did an amazing job. We have a fairly new mechanical and electrical team, so this was a great opportunity to have some team building, and they all worked close together to get the parts ordered and do the, order the Connex box, figure out what it was going to look like. They weren't sure, how they were going to support the facility, whether it was just going to be above ground, but because of the coastal environment, they decided to utilize a Connex box, and then they had it coated as well, knowing that it'll be out there for the next year, and it's just in a highly corrosive environment. But the team did an amazing job, and I'm really proud of them.
It saved us a lot of money too, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Nobot.
Yeah, quick question. Dave, the slope has been stabilized because the Orange County Transit Authority put a bunch of anchor bolts in there. But I noticed on the proposal, there's 9 additional caissons. Are those caissons, is it an adjunct to the existing stabilization mechanism, or is it, I'm just curious why we need the additional caissons if the slope is stable?
No, I had the same question for our geotech as well. They're going to go down about 40 feet, and the problem is the sewer line and the pump station are right on the edge of the headscarp, so right on the backside of the landslide. So there's potential for just local lateral movement. While the landslide is stable, there could be movement. And we certainly don't want sewer lines to move in a sewer pump station. We don't want to leak sewer into the environment, so.
A safety
yeah.
measure. Okay, thank you.
It's a belt and suspenders.
Just a quick question. What's the time frame for getting it back to it was before the landslide?
Yeah, the hope is to have the project, or at least our utilities, back to full operation about this time next year. So, from January, September to November, somewhere in that time frame. So.
Okay. Dave, thank you to your incredible staff at Public Works for this awesome project, and good to see all the progress, and hopefully everything goes well at Coastal Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 more slides.
All right.
And this is more heartwarming than anything. So those are kids from Forester Ranch. We had a water line break last summer out in Forester Ranch. About 30 homes were out of service, and some of the local kids took a big interest in what was going on, and took photos with some of our staff. And we received an email last week from one of the residents. Next slide. And so 2 of the children decided to build a Vector truck of their own and dress up for Halloween. So it's pretty awesome.
You're recruiting early these days, Dave. That's good.
Future utility workers, so.
More good work from your staff, yeah. Really
That's
good
all I
to see.
have. Thank you.
Thank you for the community engagement on that.
Thank you.
Okay. Consent calendar.
Moving on, I have, nothing has been pulled by the public. I am pulling item 7E, that is the Community Facilities District 2006-01, Local Agency Special Tax and Bond Accountability Act report for fiscal year ended June 30th, and that is so a council member can make a comment to recuse himself.
Okay. And any other council members want to pull any items? Okay. Does anyone moving the balance?
I'll move the balance.
I think first, I'm not sure if I have to do that first, but.
No, we haven't gotten to E yet.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to E in a second.
I'll second the
Okay.
motion.
Councilmember Enmeyer moves to move the balance. Second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. And so we only have one item here, E.
This is my neighborhood. E.
Okay.
So I'm going to have
Okay.
to recuse myself. I don't think I have to, but just for the interest of safety, and I'll just recuse myself and.
Yeah, I'll move the item, unless there's any.
Well, just
questions or-
to clarify for the public, so we get these little maps that show like the range of area around our homes, and it's good common practice to not vote on those items, because you may have a special interest in something that's close to your residence. That's what Councilmember Cabral is doing out of an abundance of caution, so applaud you on that. The motion is Noblock.
Second.
Second is Leffler. All in favor?
Aye.
It is 4-0 with Councilmember Cabral recusing himself.
Okay. Moving on to public hearings. The first public hearing, item A, is public hearing number 6 to adopt ordinance number 1762, adding sections 2.04.010 through 2.04.012 to the San Clemente Municipal Code to transition to by-district elections and setting mayoral term limits. And with that, I will,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think we have a lot of people for item F. I'm not sure. And if we do,
Yeah, we may have a lot for, well, do we have any comments for this item?
we do.
How many comments for this item?
7.
7, and we have a lot for F. I mean, is the idea that we may move F up?
yes.
Is there any agreement on that?
How many are for F? I mean, how many comments?
Do we know how many for
Comments
F?
on F?
We have about 17 comments on item F.
Then, yeah, I support moving F forward.
Any discussion on moving F up?
My only concern would be that item A does impact everyone here, including if they are here for item F. That would be my only
In
concern.
other words,
Oh, there's some you think there's some cross traffic?
yeah,
That's good.
well, okay, so
That's a good point.
I think I would stick with probably the current schedule.
all right, that's
If there wasn't anybody for A, maybe, but,
Well, maybe we could take A and then.
yeah, maybe we can do F after. So
F
let's
afterwards.
look at that, see how A goes. Okay, we'll stick with item, was it 7A?
Okay, and while you were discussing that, I just had a few more cards dropped off for A, so we're,
Oh, okay.
yep. Okay,
Oops, we didn't
so
act fast enough. All right.
if you'd like,
So,
you wanna-
do we have any staff presentation for that, or is it?
I'll give a brief presentation if you'd like to open. hearing.
Sure, thank you, City Clerk.
Okay. Did you open the public hearing?
Yeah, no, I haven't opened it yet.
Okay.
You,
Didn't catch that.
you have any other introduction, or you want me to open it now? Okay.
Comment?
I will open the public hearing.
Okay. And this is your 6th and final public hearing. We've been through this process beginning July 10th. You adopted a resolution of intention to transition to by-district elections in August. And then we've held some public hearings to discuss maps. Your last 5th public hearing, council selected a map and introduced an ordinance. And tonight's discussion is to adopt that ordinance, which memorializes council's actions on October 17th, which was to adopt map 109 and transition to district elections beginning November 2024. And 2026 would begin the elected mayoral term. So if you'd like to have some discussion, or if you have questions for me, or we can open it up to the public now. This
I
is
think
again.
we should hear from the public.
Okay.
One quick question. So our Josh, the guy that helped, the consultant.
Justin,
So he's out of this process now? Is that?
Well,
Well, I don't see him here, so.
Well, that's what I was asking, so
The consultant is not here this evening because counted tonight is to adopt an ordinance. You've seen the maps. They've been brought to the public per the election code, per state law, so this is just to adopt an ordinance.
Thank you.
This is our sixth hearing on
Sixth
this matter.
public hearing, correct.
It's been up for debate for months, if not, okay.
Correct, since,
Any other questions for staff before we hear from the public? Okay, let's hear the public
okay,
comments.
I will read, call the first three speakers. Warren Vadreen, Donna Vadreen, Amanda Q.
Good evening, council members. I believe California's districting law has improved local representation in many of the small Central Valley towns. I do not know whether it can or will improve our residents' representation on this council. However, of course, I've been convinced that it's necessary for several reasons to institute districting in a timely manner. That said, we must endeavor to do no harm. The majority of our council has clear conflicts of interest. This is not a criticism. It's simply a fact. One thing our state government has done right and done successfully is separating the districting process from our state legislature. We should be proud of that accomplishment. Under our time constraints, we cannot use our state's elegant solution to this, but we still need to distance the decision as much as possible from the council. The currently proposed map 109 has several serious defects. It severs the old downtown into two districts. It combines some neighborhoods into single districts, making some truly strange bedfellows. It has no pedigree except its origin with an anonymous map bot. It was introduced without any public transparency. It shows troubling signs of partisan manipulation. I don't know where that is because, frankly, it was produced by MapBot. In short, Map 109's bad characteristics will make it an unnecessary source of division into the future. I recommend the council choose a map with a pedigree. There are two maps which have some pedigree. Map 102 was submitted by 15 residents. And I've talked to a few of the ones I know, and they really worked at it independently and picked among several candidates, and that was really what they thought was the best map. Map 111, submitted by the consulting expert. A consulting expert has the advantage.
Sorry, sir, yeah, we're done with the time there, apologize. Next speaker.
Donna Vadreen, followed by Amanda Q, followed by George Gregory.
Good evening, council members. The purpose of drawing district maps, are we on? And holding public forums is to represent the residents and voters of San Clemente. The majority of you, this city council, have not represented the residents of city council who have attended the public hearings and have strongly voiced concerns and disapproval with District Map 109. The Pier Bowl should not be divided into two districts. The historic core of the city belongs in one district. Map 109 places Rancho San Clemente in the same district as Talega. Rancho San Clemente residents have little in common with the residents of Talega. Rancho San Clemente is a community of densely populated older apartments and condos. The communities of the reserve and areas of Forester Highlands have more commonality with Talega. Map 102 was submitted by multiple residents and has received much public support. To be clear, Donna Vidrine did not create District Map 102. It was submitted by multiple residents who support this map. Map 102 keeps the North Beach District intact. Cypress Shores is included in South San Clemente. The Forester Ranch District includes similar households and income levels with areas west of the 5. Map 102 puts the reserve and areas of Forester Highlands with Talega, which has similar households and incomes. Please do not proceed with Map 109, overriding the concerns of 2 council members and many San Clemente residents. Give consideration to Map 102 and have the consultant weigh in on Map 102 to correct any deficiencies that might be identified. An additional public hearing was requested prior to tonight's meeting, and the request was denied. I ask that you consult with our city attorney for her recommendation to limit liability if the November 7th deadline needs to be extended in finding a district map better representing San Clemente neighborhoods and communities. I and other San Clemente residents would have preferred a committee of citizens to draw up the maps. Council members have a conflict of interest in drawing up your own districts. In community, Donna Vidrine, San Clemente resident.
Thank you.
Amanda Q, followed by George Gregory.
I am in opposition of map 109. I think map 117 was better, and I really liked Councilmember Ed Meyer's proposal of doing another map. When a candidate presented map 109 at a coffee chat on September 8th, I really was taken back because there were a couple people who mentioned that the Pier Bowl, it was going to be divided. And I had no idea whose map it was. However, I did take a snapshot of that map, and I do know who San Clemente MapBot is. It's unfortunate that the Pier Bowl is separated, and especially when someone was on the Planning Commission for years. So when I looked at the Pier Bowl specific plan, it states that the purpose was to it says this chapter includes discussion of general development requirements for public improvements and an overview of future planning initiatives to meet goals for the Pier Bowl area. The Pier Bowl is mostly developed with infrastructure, capacity, and services adequate for planned uses. There is no active development agreement with pending development phases, capital improvements, and financial commitments. Therefore, this chapter does not lay out a detailed phasing and implementation plan for specific issues because there's already property there that's already been existing. So when I looked at the Pier Bowl specific plan under the legal authority, and it specified that this specific plan has been prepared and adopted pursuant to Title 7, Division 1, Chapter 3, Article 8, Sections 65450 through 65457 of the California Government Code. The California Government Code authorizes cities such as San Clemente to adopt specific plans as a more comprehensive method of implementing the general plan. The specific plan bridges the gap between the goals and policies of the general plan and the site-specific criteria of a tentative track map or site plan. The Pier Bowl specific plan is a regulatory plan constituting never mind, forget that word, the zoning for the property, development plans or agreements, tracts or parcel maps, and any action requiring discretionary and ministerial approval by the city shall be consistent with this specific plan as adopted by the city council. So I urge you not to proceed with map 109. I think we should have had an emergency or a special meeting to discuss another map. And if map 109 is proposed, is there any way that in a month or two, we can form another map in that? Is there an ability to do that? Or a map, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. George.
George Gregory, North Beach. This districting and voting and all this Sacramento BS has really got me troubled. Map 109 will bring undue influence from the Chamber of Commerce. I'm worried about our citizens' influence for their neighborhoods. I'm advising, and I'm not sure how we can do it, but I would like to see council's terms only be 2 years. If you're an effective and good council person, I don't see any problem with being reelected to get your 4 years in so you can get your agenda done. But let's face it, we've seen wolves in sheep's clothing before, and to be stuck with somebody who is a lab proponent, if you remember Measure A, or who wants to destroy open spaces or something like that, for 4 years in our little neighborhoods is going to be difficult. Not to mention, somebody can really spend a lot of money on 12,000 voters compared to just the citywide. So I would like to think about that and entertain that idea of 2-year terms. Possibly, maybe even bringing it up on the election, should we vote for 2-year terms or 4-year terms? Because I really think it's a good idea. If you remember, Dana Point didn't have any candidates. They just rolled the council right over. Whether they're happy or everybody just gave up because, how am I going to fight the Chamber of Commerce or something like that? Not to say the Chamber of Commerce is bad. I'm using them for an example. And let's face it, they are very predominant up and down Del Mar and at the Pier Bowl. So to give them all that influence in 2 of our 4 districts kind of makes it tough. Makes it tough on a fellow like me who really cares about his neighborhood and his community. So I would really like you guys to talk about that, whether it's in closed chambers or after we all talk today, but I think it's a good idea. I know it's going to be difficult how to structure it, but I think 2-year terms, remember, a lot of us have stepped up for the 2-year term. A lot of us have wondered if we're going to be effective for 2 years, and a lot of people have quit after 2 years. So the 2, 2, it's 2. So really, please talk about it, discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Hall, followed by Shelley Moore, followed by Bruce Jameson.
How many more comments, City Clerk, after that? Started with 7.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Hall, resident here of San Clemente, and I'm here to voice my opposition to map 109. Some of the others have been more eloquent than I will be able to be because I haven't looked at all of the details, but I feel strongly that we should not be dividing the Pier Bowl. I like map 102, I like map 111. I think that we need to consider what our consultant recommended, not some new 109 that did not come from the consultant that we brought in specifically to help us create the districting. So please rethink. 109 doesn't work for many of us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You guys were saying we've had 6 meetings on this. I try to keep semi-informed, and I've only known about 3. So obviously, by the time I got here, I was behind the gun. I sent you all emails talking about how Dennis Kemp came out again just the other day saying he had Talega wanted nothing to do with anything that happens in San Clemente. That is their policy, and they're sticking to it. He also was nice enough to go on the YouTube video of the last meeting and made fun of Rancho San Clemente people who are upset about a cell tower in their neighborhood. Thanks, because that's who's going to be most of our vote. That is who you're giving us. This is not going to be it's not going to be a good working relationship. Also, this map is by someone here who ran for office in the last election. You get all this paperwork saying which house votes which way, so it has been drawn to obviously fit what's best for him. And I'm more than a little bothered how much time was spent at the last meeting making sure that not too many of you are in the same district, so you all could just keep running in your district. That's not how this works. It shouldn't have anything to do with anybody here or anyone here who ran for office before. These maps should literally, we should not know where they come from. They shouldn't help anyone out. The whole point of this is to make it fair for everyone. You know, we already know that some candidates aren't going to get to run for 4 more years when they thought they'd be running for 2 more years. Let's see. Again, I think that we definitely should have 5 districts. I don't think we need a mayor. A mayor is just someone who's going to use his position to go on to other positions. You know, you get your picture in the paper, you get your name out there, it's a great stepping stone. We really need 5 districts. Then we wouldn't be having this issue because Talega could be their own district. Since they don't want to have anything to do with anything else going in the city. I may be in Rancho San Clemente, but I care that sober living homes, 2 or 3 in a row, are going to be coming to one neighborhood, even though it's not my neighborhood. I care about what's happening in the other side of town. I want Cypress Shore to get their sand. I want everything that helps the city. I do not want to sit in my little box and beg Talega to acknowledge us. Because with the amount of people in Talega compared to us and their own board saying they will not step up, they want our house in the battery farm, but they wouldn't help us on Amazon, the toll road, and now the mother of all cell phone towers. Who is that helping? Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Jamison, followed by Gerald Laidlaw, followed by Wayne Eggleston.
Hello, I'm Bruce Jamison, a resident of San Clemente. I think when we look at these maps, we should think of the word commonality. And these districts, the people in these districts should have things in common with each other. And when you look at the map number 109, it splits the historic core of downtown San Clemente in 2. And it doesn't make any sense when there's many other maps like 102, 110, and 111 that have almost all or all of the historic downtown core in one district. And these people have a commonality of issues like coastal erosion, homelessness issues, aging infrastructure, and things like that. And when you think of the issue of commonality as well, and if you look at Talega, it doesn't make any sense to have Rancho San Clemente as part of Talega when a large portion of the residents in that area are in older condos and apartments, and they have very little in common with the people in Talega. And I think that the areas of that should be included in a 4-district map with Talega should be the reserve and Forester Highland, because those areas have newer houses, about the same age as Talega residents, single-family homes. And so in closing, I look at map 109, and I see 3 districts that really need to have improvements, districts 3, 4, and 2. So I would think that it would be best if the council would consider other areas to think about the commonality of the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gerald Laidlaw, followed by Wayne Eggleston, followed by Heidi Sheldon.
I'm kind of taller than a few people, but.
You can take it out of the,
Oh, it's fine. It's fine, if you can hear me. Myself and my siblings are the owners of a property in the Pier Bowl. Doesn't really need to be mentioned because I shouldn't be looked upon with any more or any less favor than anybody else. But as I'm sure a lot of us feel, redistricting, as it is in San Clemente here, or being proposed, and in other places in the state and throughout the country, most and more often than not, is done to serve or bring about a certain change or purpose that benefits certain individuals or companies and corporations. If it wasn't so, they wouldn't be doing that. There's a reason behind it. And you can say, well, is it for the better good or not? But in the case of the Pier Bowl, as many here tonight, I would feel that it's very much a mistake and in the best interest of those who want to bring about this change and their exact reasons. I can't comment on, but I do feel very strongly that this should be considered by the members of the City Council and look at the motivations and the reasons behind it. Because if there wasn't a motive or a reason, somebody wouldn't be pushing for it, and there's always certain individuals or persons or corporations behind such actions, and that needs to be considered and investigated for the benefit of everyone. Thank you.
thank you.
Wayne Eggleston, followed by Heidi Sheldon, followed by Olga Resnick.
Thank you for getting there right on time.
He started an hour.
That's right. I know, I saw him.
I heard that. I'm not here to advocate for any one map. I'm only here to advocate that the Pier Bowl not be divided into two districts. And I drew this little map here. As you can see, the Pier Bowl is divided by the red line. It divides it between the Pier Bowl and Southwest San Clemente. Part of Park Del Mar, believe it or not, is in two districts. Part of the Beachcomber, the historic Beachcomber, owned by the Laidlaws, is in the Southwest. The historic Robinson at Pasadena Court is in Southwest. The Driftwood Bluff Condos is in Southwest. All of these are in the Pier Bowl, absolutely in the Pier Bowl. This particular outline here does not conform to the criteria required to form districts. Number one, commonality of land uses. The Pier Bowl is comprised of apartments, condos, and single families. Southwest is comprised of the vast majority of single-family homes. So above the yellow, of the red line are condos, the whole thing there, the condos are to the above and below the red line, condos, apartments, and single families. And the green area is Trafalgar Canyon, which should be the dividing line. And below the canyon there are single-family homes. So it violates the land use provision there. Another criteria is geographical divide. The most obvious is Trafalgar Canyon. It's not Avenida Victoria. Someone drew a line down Avenida Victoria, turned it into Monterey, which is a small one-way street, and that's it. So I'm asking you for an amendment to eventually consider amending this so that the Pier Bowl is in one district and not two districts. And by the way, I'm not running for city council. I was on the city council for 12 years and planning for 4 years. I've had enough. So thank you so very much.
Good to know, thank you.
You're not running anywhere.
Heidi Sheldon, followed by Olga Resnick.
Hello, my name's Heidi. I live in San Clemente. I love living in the Pier Bowl. I feel, a few unique needs living in the Pier Bowl, as do my fellow neighbors. And I live in that little slice that Wayne just was pointing out there, that is soon to be considered South San Clemente. So I wrote to each of you and I asked you, wow, what can we do about this? And I heard from one of you, which I really appreciated, and I was told, oh, oversight. So sorry. Oversight, I don't know what that means. Did somebody's pencil break and that happened? I don't know. But I was told that the map could be modified after it's approved. So I just want to point out, can and will are two different things, right? So I asked a few more questions of the city manager, and I found out that yes, it can be modified after it's approved, but it would require 3 of the 5 of you approving that change. So I'm encouraging you not to approve map 109 tonight. I think there are other solutions out there. I would really like to be part of my Pier Bowl community, and I'd really like to have a voice in my local government. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm late to the party, but since I'm here, I will say I oppose the ordinance of dividing the city into separate voting districts. I think that some areas might be abundant with a political talent versus other. Also, I think it is more about the character of the council member than where she lives. Example, former member Laura Ferguson, who lives in Talega, was the best representative for our issues specifically and the city interest in general. I personally regret she didn't run for the city council this year. Thank you.
No more speaker cards.
All right. Okay. Before we close the public hearing, right, City Attorney, I want to make sure we ask any other questions of staff, get that out now, and then we'll close the public hearing and have a discussion.
Just a clarification. If we were to approve this amendment, or not this amendment, this motion, this municipal code, once that happens, 3 people, 3 council members could vote to amend the lines of the map right after that happens.
Not exactly. If I'm understanding you correctly, the scenario would be that you adopt the ordinance tonight. And if the majority of you wanted to adopt a different map at a later date, we would have to follow the CVRA, which includes posting that map 7 days in advance of introducing it. So the proper thing to do would be to direct staff as to where to go next.
So we could potentially approve this and then potentially direct staff to say, come back with a different line or a different alternative to the map. How specific would we be in directing staff on that?
As specific as you would like. We could return at the next council meeting with a map posted at least 7 days in advance, or multiple maps if that's what you wanted.
And the benefit of doing that would be that we would still be in our safe harbor for any sort of litigation?
We would be within the time period set forth in the CVRA.
In other words, nothing prohibits the council, after approving a map, from amending the map as long as we follow certain procedures.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. Okay, City Attorney, then I close the public hearing and then we're going to have a discussion? Okay. I want to make sure, I keep having to open the public hearing again, so make sure we get no other questions. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up to discussion.
I'll start, I guess. This process was not a process that we chose. It's not one that we created. It was forced on us by the state of California, and we did our best with the process that was given to us. In that process, though, we had 5 public hearings, and unfortunately, some of what has come out at this meeting did not come up before the last meeting, where we voted to approve this map. Some of it did, but most of it didn't. As our attorney has stated, we can we can still modify it. Unfortunately, we're at the point in our window where if we do not approve this, we open up ourselves into potentially $1 million of litigation costs. And that's one of the things that we went into this process so quickly and had those 5 hearings, and this is our 6th hearing, was to avoid getting ourselves into legal issues with the state and having to expose ourselves to millions of dollars worth of litigation fees. So we're at the point where we have to adopt it, in my view, today. I mean, we already adopted it last meeting. There was 3 votes for it, so it was adopted last meeting. We're here on the second readings for those of you that were not here at the last meeting or at any of the other prior meetings where we discussed all these maps. I would point out the only flaw that I see is that little part of the Pier Bowl. And I think that's something that can be fixed, and hopefully we will fix that. There's only about 3 or 4 blocks, but we would have to do that at a later date and not tonight, just so that we get the protection of the state CVRA and not expose ourselves to millions of dollars in legal fees as a result of this. The other thing I want to point out is that someone suggested that we created these maps or had, as far as I know, none of us created a map, and none of us wanted to create a map because we didn't want the public thinking, oh, they're creating a map for themselves. So we relied on the public. We relied on you to create maps. You had every opportunity, and I know a lot of you here did create those maps, and other concerned residents created those maps, and we decided which map offered by the public, not created by us, would be the best map for us, and we decided at this last meeting, if you weren't there, we wanted one that didn't show any political influence. It just went down major streets, Pico, the freeway, La Plata. So, you know, no map is going to be perfect because we need to have a certain number of people in every district, and you can't do that without merging communities that aren't always alike. And so that was the best that we did. I think we're at the point, though, that if we don't get this map approved tonight, we're going to expose ourselves to millions of dollars in attorney's fees, and that's something I cannot do. Although I think at a future meeting, we'd be able to fix the minor amendments of a few blocks into the Pier Bowl, and that's where I stand.
Any other comments or discussion?
Yeah, I'll just,
Councilmember Enmeyer.
if I could just clarify a couple things. The $1 million in the lawsuit was if we decided not to go into districts at all. And I agree with you that this was the right decision to go into districts to avoid that litigation. To stay within this timeframe, if we were to go outside of it, that would be anywhere from $35,000 to $50,000 potentially of litigation in that case, which also I would like to avoid. When it comes to creating like...
Could I just ask a question? Are
Sure.
you suggesting that we've already met the threshold by choosing?
No, I'm not the threshold if we,
to legal
yeah,
fees.
exposure to legal fees if we don't get the whole process finished by the certain time
Did
period.
we ask our attorney that?
I'm going to have to open the public hearing back up again if we want. No. Okay, all right.
You don't have to open up the public hearing to ask me questions.
Just you, okay. So it's staff, yes, but not you, okay. Okay. Would you like to clarify the question for the city attorney?
Yeah, if we do not pass this ordinance by this deadline, and I'm talking about the deadline that's imposed by the CRVA, do we expose ourselves to attorney's fees?
Yes.
Okay.
Potential.
Potential.
Attorney.
Yeah. Now, that being said, I do think we're in the right course of trying to mitigate any of those fees possible. But I don't think we're in a situation that we would be losing out on millions based on how far we've gone in this process so far. When it comes to the districting itself, I believe we can get the best map possible, and a map that a majority of citizens agree with. I have seen so many emails and comments saying that this is not the right map. I think I've seen 2 in support. So many are in disagreement. I think we need to do ourselves a favor and listen to our citizens on that and their recommendations of it. Now, that being said, we can adjust these lines to fit into more of an accordance with what the citizens think is appropriate for our city. We just have to take this first step in order to make that second step possible. So,
Yeah, okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, just a quick one, and that is, I agree with the comments that have made here that we need to adopt this ordinance this evening, which I'm in support of doing, to keep us within the safe harbor judicially and potentially avoiding massive legal fees. And I think the point's well made that the Pier Bowl, the streets in the Pier Bowl need to be tweaked slightly, and I'm in favor of that. And I would encourage the staff to be prepared at a future meeting, maybe not the next one, but maybe on the December 17th agenda, to tweak those blocks. I think Wayne Eggleston and several others accurately described the need to tweak it and how to tweak it, and I understand that the numbers would stay within the 10% threshold of the Voting Rights Act. So I'm in favor of this, and will support any motion to adopt this ordinance this evening.
if I could also add on to that, I think there was a large outcry to tweak the boundaries of where Rancho San Clemente is in relationship to Talega, and including Talega in with the reserve and Forester Highlands. Although that would not come until after the vote on Measure 8A.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I'll just try to address some of the comments made by the public. And to me, this concept of Talega being so vastly different from Rancho San Clemente, I don't see it. I lived in Rancho San Clemente for 17 years. By the way, my house was completed in 1997. It was a house. It's not a condo or an apartment. Nice house. People started moving in Talega in 2000, I think 3 years later. I know Rancho San Clemente was started earlier. As far as being predominantly condos and apartments, I think that is incorrect. I don't know. I know that Mark and Steve live in Rancho San Clemente. Do you share?
There's a lot of condos in Bellagio and those areas.
There's a lot of condos in Talega as well.
Right. You know, so
large condo projects.
I think that point is moot, is what I'm kind of saying. I don't agree with the assumption that the Rancho San Clemente is all older houses and condos. That's basically. They share the same shopping. They both have large masters and submasters. They're the only two communities in San Clemente, I believe, that both share a business park. From my house, old house in Rancho San Clemente, I could see Talega. I used to like to look at your guys' Christmas lights out the back of my house. I don't think there's any house in Talega that can see anything in Forester Highlands. I don't believe. I don't believe. But I'll move on. And then I took and I said, you know what, I'm going to go and I'm just for the heck of it, because I have a police background, I'm going to look at the police beats and see what they look like just for the heck of it. Now, I know that it's mostly done by geography, but it's also done by calls for service, and that's how you deploy your police resources. And interesting that Talega and Rancho San Clemente and part of Marblehead are in Beat 76. They are together. They share the same fire station that will respond, as Forester Highlands is in Beat 75, I think, shares a different fire station. I just don't, I'm not using that to say that it's vastly different from Talega. I'm just saying I don't think that Rancho San Clemente is vastly different than Talega.
I would just Sorry, continue.
Oh, yeah, I'll just finish, because I am kind of done. I would be in favor of whatever we do, I think we need to get the Pier Bowl back together. Whatever we decide, that should be a priority. And that's my feelings.
I would just counter one aspect of that, and that they're in two different zip codes. One is 92673, the other is 92672. I mean, if we're looking at how those things are mapped, I think that's something to consider as well. And also, I mean, yes, there are similarities between Talega and Rancho San Clemente, but there's similarities between Rancho San Clemente and Presidential Heights. So I think there are more similarities with Rancho San Clemente and the south area of San Clemente than there are with Talegas. Not to say that they are completely different. No, we all live in a community where we all share similarities. I'm just saying that in terms of perception, in terms of what the community feels, Rancho San Clemente should be considered when we look at this redrawing of a map.
Can I just finish that, then you guys got the last word? Yeah, different zip codes for sure, although they share the exact same post office. So when the mail leaves that post office, the same post office, it does go to two different zip codes. But also on the political side of it, I forgot to mention that. We were going to have two sitting council people going to be in the same district no matter, well, I won't say no matter how you drew them, but you'd have to split within a couple of blocks. Oh, yeah, right, exactly. But we would have two no matter what. And drawn different way, we might have two another way. My district was kind of be the same no matter what on most of the maps. And so the political side of it also, I've learned something in 6 months. I thought being a non-party preference, I thought I would always agree with kind of all these guys because, I'm kind of in the middle. And what I found out is these guys don't like me no matter what I say. No, I'm just kidding. But it's not I don't see the politics part of it. I really don't for the residents. You're talking about people who drew the maps. None of us knew who drew those maps when they were presented to us. And to tell you the truth, 3 out of, well, I know, and well, okay, I'll say I didn't. I didn't even know there was research that you could do to find out who did. I purposely didn't want to know. I'm looking around, 3 out of the 4 people, I knew kind of where they lived, but didn't really know never been to their houses exactly. So when I saw the maps, I wasn't really sure how it would affect, who's sitting on this council. And to look forward and say, well, there's somebody who's running, and so they have, well, that could be said, we have so many people that run in these elections, that would be affected no matter what. And all of, the people that are not in favor of this map, I understand. I have a feeling that if we would have picked another map, whatever it was, we would have had people that would not have been in favor of that map also, would have shown up. People, when they're unhappy, show up. We see that, whether it's pickleball, maps, antennas, people who are against those show up. Very few people show up and say, doggone, that's a great idea. So that's just kind of part of the process. And I do thank everybody who came to voice their opinion. Your opinions are all valid. They are. There's unfortunately, no right answer to this. And I know a lot of you people think there's a wrong answer. And that's why you're here. And I appreciate your comments.
Councilmember Cabral.
Yeah, I would only say, Mark, I know you've gotten a lot of emails from people that suggest map 109 is the wrong map. I get probably just as many emails saying 109 is the right map. So we're getting
two.
Well, yeah, we have different people that write to us apparently, because I get a lot of people that are supportive of it. So I would, and it's an issue that I think we fully debated in our last hearing, and this is just a reaffirmation of what we decided to do last time. So I don't know if you have more comments. Okay.
Well, yeah, I just make a couple of quick comments, and then you can make a motion, we can move forward. But no, I don't think we actually had a great debate. I think it was a very quick vote, actually. If I remember, there was almost no discussion about the maps. It seemed like we had 3 members who wanted 109 at the beginning, and they wanted to move to a motion before really there was any debate. So that's how I recall it. So there wasn't much time to address the two grievous errors that have been talked about today at the Pier Bowl or at Rancho San Clemente. And so I think the Pier Bowl is an error. I think the major error is the Rancho San Clemente area. So that's my position on it. That's what I've gotten from the public in terms of the feedback. I'm talking about emails that go to all of us, right? Emails that just go to one of us. I like the emails that go to all of us, right? That really want to get all of us to hear what the city thinks. So I wouldn't rush, I'm not inclined to rush to approve a map that has so many errors, regardless of the chance to redress it later. I would have preferred if the council decided to ask for more time, which you're totally entitled to do. Go to the attorney and ask for more time and see if they would give us another month, say, to get to the right map. That doesn't seem like where we have the majority going. So that's just my position on it. I'd rather get it right than do a wrong map and try and fix it after the fact, so.
Can I ask a question to the attorney? So, if council votes yes on this, those who vote no, are they eligible to recommend an adjustment to the map?
Any member of the council can request to agendize a future item at the end of the meeting.
Doesn't matter if they voted yes or no on the map?
Matter.
Okay.
That's correct.
I think what you're talking about is if you wanted to go back and change the vote that's tonight, then you can only do that if you're in the majority, yeah.
Are you asking about a motion for reconsideration, or are you asking about a motion to direct staff to return
I believe it's the
with
second.
a new map?
Second.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be anybody.
It can be anyone, whether we vote no or yes.
That's correct.
Okay, good to know.
Okay, any further discussion?
None. I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move to adopt ordinance 1762.
Would you like the city
I
clerk
would
to
like
read
the
it?
city clerk to read it.
Ordinance number 1762, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, adding sections 2.04, excuse me, .010 through 2.04.012 to the San Clemente Municipal Code, establishing a by-district election process in 4 council districts with an elective office of mayor pursuant to California Elections Code 10010 and California Government Code 34871C and 34886, and setting mayoral terms.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion is Cabral, and second is Leffler. Councilmember Enmeyer.
No.
Councilmember Leffler.
Aye.
Councilmember Cabral.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Nobut.
Aye.
And I am a no. It passes 3-2 with Enmeyer and Duncan as the noes.
Okay. Moving on.
Does anyone want to make a motion to move item F up?
I will make a motion to
Different.
move item F up in the agenda.
Second.
All right, let's see. It is, I'm losing track here, 8. Okay. Motion to move 8F up to the next position. Do we need to vote on that, City Attorney? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it's unanimous.
Next item on the agenda is master plan amendment for San Gregorio Park and finding the amendment categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and this is a public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, did you open the public hearing?
No, I'm going to open the public hearing, but just wondering if we need a break.
Yeah.
Can we take a 5-minute break before we do that? I think we need 5 minutes. Okay, so let's try and come back at 8:10. Try and keep it short. Okay, we're starting up again, everybody. Yes, we're past our 5 minutes here. Please take your seats. We're going to get started here. Thank you for your cooperation. Please take your seats. Please take your seats and please discontinue those discussions so we can move on. Thank you. I think we all want to get going here. Yeah, I will open the public hearing. And, but I do want to make some comments here as we hear from the public. One thing is, I have a feeling, and we have a number of comments here, that a lot of people are going to be saying the same things. You have the option, and sometimes it's more effective if you have one spokesperson that talks for a large group. So not saying you have to do that, I'm saying that's an option. Also, if you spoke before about this item, you cannot speak again. And if you got into that subject matter and you spoke during oral communications, you can't speak about it again. That would be unfair to the others who waited until this item to speak. And then we do have a number of comments. City Clerk, do we have more than 17 now, or?
Yes.
Okay, so we have more than 17 now. Is there any interest in the council in making any adjustments to the speakers, or?
Yeah, seeing as we have so many, is there any chance the council would be interested in limiting time to 2 minutes instead of 3?
I'd like to hear from all of them. They've been patient. They're here at a city council meeting. I think they're entitled to 3 minutes.
Okay. Is that generally the sentiment? Yeah.
I appreciate it, Mark, and although I might agree with you in principle, I think we probably need to hear it.
Okay.
That's fine, no.
Agreed. So, all right, then, let's hear from our first speakers, right? We have I forgot Samantha was there. You sat down before and I forgot. We do have a staff presentation. First, we're going to hear from staff and ask any questions, and then we'll hear from the public.
You got it. Start the clock.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. Thank you for having me here tonight. I will be brief, as the contents of the staff report really summarize what our objective is for this evening. But in summary of that, Council has the opportunity to consider a resolution tonight that would convert the existing court facility, which is currently pickleball and tennis use. The resolution proposed by staff includes a conversion back to tennis only and prohibits the use of pickleball at that space. Alongside that, from a fiscal impact standpoint, $65,000 is the cost to convert that back to tennis. That allows staff to go in and do some repair to the surfacing, paint the tennis court lines, and then put the nets back in the posts for tennis only. It is estimated that from a timing perspective, that would probably be about 3 to 4 months, depending on the availability of our contractor and the bidding process. And once that project is complete and the contract is awarded, it would come back for council approval for a contract award. I want to be clear that council does have a couple options tonight. You can adopt the resolution as presented in the staff report, modify the resolution, and then adopt it from there. You could also give alternate direction to staff to return or deny the resolution as it stands. One other element I want to highlight is that changing the master plan and amending it for tennis only at this area doesn't preclude any future consideration for the use of pickleball at the park. As this council's aware, we've been working on a site-specific master plan update for a number of our parks, and San Gorgonio was a part of that. And when the time is right, and if we receive direction to council, we can certainly consider that again. And that proposed plan did look at moving the pickleball courts against the freeway wall. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any, but that concludes my report.
Questions? Okay.
Quick question. Before it was converted to pickleball, any idea how much use it got from tennis players?
I don't have the specific data, but I can say that San Gregorio tennis courts did serve a faction of our tennis population that lived in that area. Our tennis players in town, they often would find themselves rotating court to court or park to park, just trying to find a tennis court. So the use of San Gregorio flipping over to pickleball has really pushed a lot of our tennis players to San Luis Rey Park, where there's 4 courts. We see a lot of usage at Liberty Park and Forster Ranch. So the tennis players, while they are supposed to be allowed to use one of the courts at San Gregorio because it is dual use, just because of the sheer volume of pickleball players, tennis has just not had a presence at that park for a number of years.
There's courts, there's other tennis courts there besides where the pickleball courts.
Not at San Gregorio,
Not-
no.
not San
So
G.
we have court number 1 on your attachment, the property site map. Court number 1 is the dual purpose court. There's 4 pickleball courts with 1 tennis court lining underneath that. And that was supposed to be prioritized on play and day and things like that. And again, because of the number of pickleball players, our tennis players just have not returned to that park site.
Go ahead. It still remains a tennis court, so theoretically, we could return one of the courts to tennis courts and leave some of the pickleball courts.
Yes, so court number 2 is permanently lined for 4 pickleball courts, and it's sleeved, and it's got the posts for the nets. Theoretically, court 1 could become tennis again. If council wanted, we could repaint and restripe back to tennis solely on that 1 court.
1 court, okay. And how many pickleball courts are on that 1 tennis court now?
So there's 4 on court number 2, and those are permanent, and then there's 4 on court number 1, which share the tennis court.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Samantha? Okay. City Clerk, let's hear from the public.
Okay. Linda Williams, followed by Lisa McLean, followed by Judith Beth.
It will be very brief because I did email all of you already, just expressing my appreciation for what you've done to prioritize pickleball to Steed Park. We were at the opening this morning and it was wonderful and really enjoyed playing there. It was great. I appreciate that you keep your commitments and consider all residents, not just pickleball residents, but all residents, and I think that's great. I really think most of the pickleball community, we're not being whiny. We're happy to get what we got, and we're looking forward to the 24 after that. The only things I would say, additionally, is if we do, at the master plan, if we do put more pickleball courts by the freeway, or we just keep those 8 temporary courts in addition to the 24, I would love to see those 8, either the freeway 8 or the 8, if we kept those 8 there, be reservation. So during COVID, you may remember when we came back, we had to make reservations in order to play. Well, a lot of us formed groups that we like to play with those groups. And it's hard when you play an open play and you want to play with your group because then people put their paddles up and you don't get to play with your group. So I would love to see if we had those extra courts, those extra 8 courts either at San Gregorio or if we kept them at Steed, in addition to the 24, I still want the 24, that those would be reservation only. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Linda.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lisa McLean, and I've been a resident here in North San Clemente for about 11 years. I just wanted to thank you for completing 8 of the 24 promised courts. It's been, due to the growth of the popularity, it's really something that is going to continue to grow. So I hope that you keep your promise of continuing the project. But because of the popularity, I suggest that we keep San Gregorio open, as an option for the north residents until the additional courts are completed. Maybe suggesting that we limit the hours to minimize the traffic and the noise that seems to be a concern to the adjacent housing. And that's it. Thank you for your consideration.
Judith Beth, followed by Shannon O'Toole, followed by Gigi Harris.
Thank you, City Council. I want to first thank the Shorecliff residents who've already spoken. I think they let you know what it's been like to have all the pickleball going on at San Gorgonio. I'm a tennis player, and I am the coordinator for San Clemente Social Tennis League through Meetup. I've been doing that for 10 years. We played at San Gorgonio, and of course, I frankly saw that you needed to put the pickleball courts there for a while. There just was no other place. But now you have another place. It does not work to keep one tennis court and 4 pickleball courts. That's why no one's been playing, because if you go to play, if any of you have ever played tennis, it's a quiet sport. You're playing and you're doing a score back and forth. Pickleball is social. I think it's wonderful. I'm so glad they have pickleball. It's a great sport, but not while I'm playing tennis, please. So I would ask you to stick with the plan. I support the staff recommendations. I think it might work over by the freeway side. That might solve the problem. But I want to keep it short because we've got a lot of speakers. I thank you for listening to a tennis player. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shannon O'Toole,
I think we saw some quiet claps for the tennis player too, right? That was very,
Harris.
very polite. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shannon O'Toole, also a resident of San Clemente, and thank you again for getting those 8 courts into Steed. Really appreciate it. Really thank you for following through. I think some of the discussion tonight and confusion is initially back at the other location where we had city council meetings, there were several maps presented. And initially they started out with a rough draft or conceptual map that showed 16, then 24 maps over at Steed. We were all present for those meetings. We all expressed our concern and desire to have more pickleball. Because that has not been accomplished yet, I am recommending leaving the courts as they are at Gorgonio, San Gorgonio, until we get a chance to build more courts. By chance and convenience, Wall Street Journal this weekend talks about pickleball. 9 million people playing pickleball now and growing. It's going to be in the Olympics. It's a growing sport, and you want our whole constituency to stay healthy, right? Everybody wants that in our community. So because the maps were confusing and they continued to change, we would come to the meetings and say, well, sure, we'll accept the 8 courts as a temporary measure, but not as an exchange to closing 8 courts. There's nothing gained. So we ask you to please consider that we've been doing this for a couple of years with you, with your predecessors. We want those courts built. It's not going to be for a couple of years. Leave the courts alone. Change the operating hours. Make it 9 o'clock until 5 o'clock in the summer, 6 o'clock in the winter, whatever works out best for the all concerned. But let's just change the hours, wait until we get those courts all built out, and I think that'll serve everyone's needs in the community. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Gigi Harris. I'm one of the USA Pickleball Ambassadors for San Clemente, and I've written to all of you. Thank you for your response. This is a tough one. It's a happy day because this morning was great, but it's also sad because my pickleball friends here don't agree with my opinion that we should close San G. And I do that because early on, 3 years ago, we met with a committee of the residents, and we heard what they had to say, and we promised them that we would work together to find a solution that would be best for everybody. So I think closing San G is a sad day. I live closer to San G than I do at Steed, so it is kind of my home court. But I think we can adapt. I think what would solve it for everyone, and I also coordinated the volunteers for 2 of the last 3 PPA tournaments. And with that time of season, now they've added another date to our tour. So now we have MLP and PPA coming both in June and December, and it does impact our courts because we have pros playing, we have amateurs from all over the U.S. coming to practice, and so we only have 8 courts. So I would like to see a portion of the 24-court project expedited so that we have 8 additional courts at Steed. That would be, I think, ideal for everyone here. I don't know if it's location or the fact that we're losing courts is the issue with some of my pickleball friends behind me, but I feel like you said it this morning, we're on the map for pickleball, and it's only going to get more crowded. So my recommendation is to find some way, whether we fundraise, we started fundraising a couple of years ago, and we're ready to pick up so that we can fund part of the 24-court project. So I would love to see another 8 courts at Steed. And if Sanji, I don't know, maybe 4 courts would reduce the noise and the traffic, but I also feel for the neighbors. I mean, we've been tracking with the group that we met with 3 years ago, and I thought of them this morning because they woke up in peace. And I play pickleball every day, and I love it, and I feel it's hard. I mean, I hear both sides, but Marty and I teamed together to find an equitable solution for everyone, residents and pickleball community. And I feel like what you did today was fantastic. Now I'd like to see the next step and expedite part of the 24 project.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Gigi.
Olga Resnick, followed by Olivia Welch, followed by Christopher Welch.
Yeah, this was brought up, so you did comment about the Sanji
That's different
earlier.
comments. I'm not going to repeat. Thank you for.
Well, there's no.
I just wanted to thank you.
Hold on, hold your horses, hold on. Okay.
The discussion of reopening pickleball courts at Sanji is not permitted under I asked for an immediate ruling. The only thing on your agenda tonight is the amendment to amend the master plan to reflect what you voted on June 6th, which is close the courts on November 7th. Stop. That was a stop. Whether or not the courts were built. That is what the amendment is. It is not to open up a discussion. Allowing. The open discussion, if they wanted to talk about something other than the amendment, they could wait and they could do it during oral communications, just like some of the other. This topic is, you need to stay on the agenda item. That's
Okay, I'm not sure that's how a point of order is supposed to be made, but, okay, so as I understand it, City Attorney, the point of order is that the discussion that commenters are bringing up is not appropriate for the agendized item.
That appears to be the point of order, and you're the one who decides that.
And so the agendized item is to make an amendment to the park plan to discontinue use of pickleball courts and reestablish the use for tennis. That is what people are commenting about. So I guess I'm a little confused here because, look, there's 2 sides to that, right? So you either want the amendment or you don't want the amendment, and that appears to be what
If you deny the
the
amendment,
comment.
then it's,
Right, if you don't amend it, then you keep it as it is now, which is pickleball there, right? So, right? Does that sound right? Okay, so. So, I don't see that the comments are out of order, and so I guess I would deny the point of order. Now, for the speaker here, though, and I made this point, that you did get into Sanji and the idea of closing the pickleball.
It's a different issue right
courts.
now.
What was that?
It's different issue. Then I was thanking you for the closing the courts and opening the Steed Park, and but now it's different. This is just continue the amendment.
Okay, well, I guess you can start talking, and if it is the same, or what's that?
Well, I was just going to comment.
I just wanted to say
The
it's
focus now is on the amendment to the
yes,
to the
exactly.
master plan.
Exactly,
And
yes.
there was a lot of discussion about thanking and talking about
Yes.
keeping it open. This
Yep.
is a master
Yep.
plan
It's-
amendment
yep,
discussion,
exactly.
which I think is different than her comments earlier.
Exactly.
The comments earlier were thanking
Yep.
for opening, but you did talk about Sanji, though, right? So that doesn't have anything to do with opening.
No, I thank you for closing the pickleball courts and bringing the home enjoyment back.
But that's what
And-
this item is about.
No, it's different. It's about the amendment.
Well, the amendment is
So
to,
what I
the
can-
amendment
can
to
I-
change the master
it's-
plan to
it's
close it.
just- 3 sentences.
Okay, should we okay, let's hear her out in the interest of hearing the public out. But please, we have a lot of people commenting here and a lot of people who could have commented during oral communications and didn't and waited, and so now you get 2 bites at the apple. That's not fair to other people.
You spend-
But you're going to go a different direction, so
Yes, thank you.
please start the timer.
Thank you. I completely agree with the amendment to bring the tennis courts back, first of all. And also, since I was listening to pickleball players, they were speaking tonight, asking to combine the pickleball with tennis courts use. And I'm sure if they lived in front of even though they love the sport, if they lived in front of any of those pickleball, for the rest of the time that they're not playing, they would be completely against those pickleballs court. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Olivia Welch. I'm in the 7th grade, and pickleball is not only a big part of my life, but it's a big part of my family and friends and most of the people here life. About a year ago, we were here asking to make more courts at Steed Park, not trading them in with Sanji. Pickleball has brought family and friends closer and has changed people's lives in the way they live it. It's keeping people off their phones and having to interact with actual people and show their real personalities and make friends and meet new people and become a better person. And with Sanji closing, there's not going to be as much room for people to talk and interact and show their competitive side. My name is Olivia Welch, and in my opinion, you're making a mistake and need to consider not only mine, but everyone's reasons and opinions. Thank you.
Christopher Welch, followed by Don Oleg, followed by Miranda Fielding.
Hi, guys. My name is Christopher Welch, born and raised here, business owner here in San Clemente, longtime resident. First, I want to say thank you to Victor and Samantha and all the others behind the scenes for getting us on the agenda tonight. These courts at San G mean so much to so many of us. We are grateful. Thank you to the city council members and all the other PB ambassadors for doing their part in getting these new courts at Steed built for us. Thank you to my PB fam for coming out tonight and showing this council how much these courts at San G means to its citizens. First, I'd like to address the noise concern again. The city has now paid for 2 sound tests with relatively the same results. Both results confirming the decibel limit is well under the city limit of being considered as a nuisance. Having these new courts will reduce the population at San G, in turn reducing any already determined non-issue complaint about these said noise levels. I'm not sure how much more we as a city need to do to disprove this fraudulent complaint. And where does it stop? What's next? The sound of golf balls bothers a small amount of the population. We have to shut down Muni or Short Cliffs. The sound of children playing in the park and we're shutting down our playgrounds. There has to be a limit. We have to put our feet down and stand our ground. We can't continue to be dictated by a tiny fraction of the community. We can clearly see how many people are here in support for these courts staying open and how many here are against it. And we as pickleballers are a friendly community, and our reach goes deep in this community and into surrounding communities. We have a lot of soccer, baseball, all sport parents out here in our community, business owners, teachers, retirees, elementary kids, all the way up through all the ages. Imagine how far that reach could spread. Mental health. I watched the city council meeting with one of our fellow citizens saying that it was affecting their mental health as they're hearing the sound of pickleballs. Although we've already determined that sound is no longer an issue after the city did 2 sound decibel tests and proved the noise complaint to be frivolous. I also have to mention the city has spent more funds to install sound barriers and to help solve the issue peacefully, an attempt to keep our community whole. Thank you for that, City Council. And this was not enough for this very small portion of the citizens. I speak for many of us that in the closing of San G is also affecting the mental health of a larger number of the citizens of San Clemente. I'm not sure if anyone outside our pickleball community can truly appreciate or understand the bonds, memories, battles businesses form, networking, the camaraderie, and the friendships that have been built at our San G courts. This is our home. We watched our fellow PBers get married, pregnant, watching those same babies start walking there at our courts. It really is a family in our home, and it's troubling to many of your San Clemente citizens to have that threat of our PB home and our PB fam being disassembled because of a few squeaky wheels. On the flip side of that coin, I'd like to touch on all the positives this is doing for the mental health of our community. I wish everyone could understand the joy this game brings throughout our community. There are a lot of happy pickleballers. Getting outside in the sun, working out, congregating, cracking jokes, enjoying each other's company, and getting healthy. Today's society, with everything going on, why would anybody want to break that up? We all understand that we would much rather live in a community with more positive, happy, healthy people looking out for each other, talking, not typing. We as humans need good, positive socialization. I've been a baseball dad, a soccer dad, gym dad, a dance dad. I've been a part of a lot of other communities or groups. My opinion, you can't compare it to the friendships and relationships we built as a PB community.
Thank you.
Can't
Sorry,
even touch
your
it.
time is up, sir.
All these
Appreciate it.
things.
Good evening, council. My name is Don Oleg, and I live on San Gregorio. In fact, I'm probably the closest house to the pickleball courts. When they went in, it was annoying. We did not need alarm clock because we knew right when those things would open. But you guys put in that sound barrier, and we really appreciate that, and that did solve the problem. As far as I'm concerned, we do not hear the pickleball balls now. Regarding the traffic, when there's 20, 30 people playing pickleball, they're all in the parking lot. The only time that the streets are full is when there's soccer and baseball. So I don't think it's a problem with the parking. I just took up pickleball. I'm kind of new to the sport. And it's kind of hard being a beginner because it's those challenges, and you go to the court, and I'm not good enough to challenge people, so it'd be nice if there was some empty courts or extra courts or other places to play. As far as the real estate value, to give you a little context, I'm a small business owner and real estate investor and own 10 homes in California, including waterfront home in Newport, equestrian home in Nellie-Gale, beachfront homes in Oceanside, and we decided to live in San Clemente and love it there. And the park is a big part of it. We got grandkids that come over, so I would really like those pickleball courts to stay, or at least a hybrid. Leave the 4 permanent, make the other tennis, and it's kind of a win-win situation. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, 0-0 start. I'm a mom who needs all the endorphins that she can get. I've owned a house in Short Cliffs for 10 years with my husband and 3 kids under 13 years old. We live about a minute's drive from San Gregorio, and I do not live on the street that hears it, and I'm very sorry that our neighbors have been distressed by it. So I am not affected by the noise like they are, and I appreciate their concerns, and I hope we can build better sound barriers or move the pickleball courts to the perimeter or something to alleviate that distress. But the park's super important to us. Short Cliffs doesn't have a lot of kids, and I have 3 kids under 13, and the park is everything. We're there multiple times a day. And I want to encourage to keep the courts at San G because with a noise barrier, assistance, so that we can contribute to a more safe, family-friendly park. From the time I moved here in 2014 to 2020, the park was not safe during the day. There was very little foot traffic before 3 p.m. when recreational starts after school. So it's very common for unhoused individuals to day camp around the perimeter in the bushes or vans of rehab patients to sprawl out all over and take over the kids' playground. As a mom with toddlers and babies not yet in school, I couldn't let my kids 10 feet away from me because the chances of a close encounter with a drug user were very high. Pun intended there. It wasn't uncommon for my kids to find drug paraphernalia and glass bottles on playground equipment. Not unlike what's happening to San Luis Rey after foot traffic left that when the courts were moved. There's been a lot more shady characters happening there now. However, since pickleball came to San G in 2020, I've noticed a huge decrease in that shady activity because there's more people around during the day. And I want to thank you guys for working hard for the park safety too. I realize that is the city and Parks and Rec, but pickleball has a big part of that. It's a great neighborhood watch. We've noticed an uptick in dog walkers, joggers, mommy and me groups, line dancing lessons, and we can all agree that more activity at the park in the morning reduces the level of criminal activity there. My husband and I have 2 businesses, a law firm and a Stretch Lab studio right here in San Clemente. And since our main priority is to make payroll for a few dozen people now, fancy gyms and expensive childcare are not in our personal budget right now, at all. So playing pickleball at San G has been a godsend to me personally. I'm really sorry that it distresses my neighbors. I really, really am. But that sound, to me, has helped me through postpartum depression after my third kid. It's got me out of prediabetes. It's improved my health. It's the sound of endorphins and longevity. It's the sound of dopamine just rising. And I'm probably gonna live forever now. So it's the sound of a community healing after a pandemic and getting healthy, and the sound of a community getting along and increasingly.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry, your time is up.
There we go.
Jen Joy, followed by Steve Bates, followed by John Moore. Jen Joy?
Yeah.
Jen Joy? Are you
Yes.
Jen? Okay.
Yeah.
What are the next two speakers?
Steve Bates, followed by John Moore.
Good evening, City. Good evening. My name is Jen Joy, and I'm here tonight to urge you to keep the pickleball courts open at San G. I am a resident of San Clemente. I currently live near San Luis Rey Park. I joke with pickleball friends that I played tennis for 30 years. However, it's not a joke. I played tennis since I was 3 and had a full ride tennis scholarship, and I can modestly say all my college records are still safe today. I used to have pickleball courts at San Luis Rey that have since been removed. While I didn't play pickleball at the time those courts were open, we walk our dogs by, and it's disheartening to see those tennis courts being utilized as a training ground for roller skaters, dads teaching their kids soccer over the nets, and graffiti. I was eager to find competitive tennis players in San Clemente when I moved here. I looked for over a year, and unfortunately, unless I became a private member at a tennis club costing upwards of $450 a month, which financially does not make sense to me, I struggled to find consistent people to play with. I decided to start teaching my boyfriend how to play tennis, just to have someone to play with, and we never had trouble finding an open court. Forester Ranch, San Luis Rey, Marblehead. In the spirit of making new friends and being social in San Clemente, it made sense for me to try out pickleball with my boyfriend, who is born in San Clemente and has been a lifelong resident. I knew I'd meet new people and always have a place to play no matter the time of day. Unlike in tennis, it was never a struggle to find people to play with. It was quite the opposite. The pickleball community at San G welcomed us with open arms. I work in sales. I literally plan my week around openings in my calendar to get out to San G, if only for an hour. It is fun, competitive, where I now consider all of those people at the courts my friends. If San G were to stay open, I'd still likely play a majority of the time at Steed Park. In fact, the fact is there's too many pickleball players on any given day. The sport is clearly growing, and many cities are struggling to decide whether to embrace or reject the growth. I feel for the beginners that come out and struggle to find a court to play on. Currently, we experience wait times of 40 minutes to get on the courts. Relocating the courts to Steed will not alleviate this overcrowding issue. Tennis is dear to me. Today, we did hear from a few tennis players that claim they went to San G to return back to tennis courts. If tennis at San G is so important to them, where have they been on Tuesdays and Thursdays when it's open? I have never seen a single tennis player at San G. I still love tennis. I would believe them if I ever saw them there. 2 tennis players use a space of 16 pickleball players can use. There are hundreds of pickleball players at San G courts. Logically, turning all the courts back to tennis 100% of the time will benefit a select few and not the majority. More so, I'd hate to see those courts being used for soccer and roller skating like I see at San Luis Rey. Couple of seconds, so I want to thank you all. I'm excited to play at Steed Park, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I had a really nice PowerPoint presentation, but I couldn't get it in because it was not submitted on time. My name is Steve Bates. I'm a 10-year resident of San Clemente. I am a pickleball player, but I think what I am mostly is a person of common sense. I don't have a lot of time, so I'll just jump into it. Thank you so much, City Council and staff, for the new pickleball courts. They're amazing. The pickleball community in no way wants anyone to think that we're ungrateful, but let's just talk about facts. Let's talk about facts and not emotion. On page 3 or page 2, over the last week, I've done a visual study of usage. I've been to the 8 pickleball courts in Sangee, the 2 tennis courts at Forster Ranch. I've made observations at baseball, softball fields, Vista Hermosa Sports Park, Ralph Skate Park, etc. From this, I've developed some models that show usage. By giving the City Council facts rather than emotion, I hope to show how important these pickleball courts are. If you go to the next page, it was taken on, these pictures were taken on November 1st at 12 o'clock. San Gregonio had 50-plus people playing pickleball. Forster Ranch Tennis had 0. On November 2nd at 8:40 in the morning, San Gregonio had 35-plus people playing pickleball. Forster Ranch Tennis had 10 people. On Saturday, November 4th at 1 p.m., San Gregonio had over 50 people playing pickleball. Forster Ranch Tennis had 0. I've seen that tennis court hundreds of times. I rarely see people playing tennis. If you go to the next page, it's a model. It shows that on a weekly hour usage per person, 2,674 people hours are using the pickleball courts. If I just calculate very fairly tennis courts, 266. It's 1,000% usage over for pickleball. If I do the same for baseball, it is 2,674 pickleball, 1,325 for baseball, and that is being generous. And that is, really being generous. Skating, the courts again are the 2,674 versus 800. In conclusion, in 1 week, over 2,500 people hours are using the pickleball facilities. Tennis is just a comparison, but it's a great comparison. The model shows that pickleball usage is mainly in the mornings, but over the last year, it's gone from mornings to afternoons to evenings. It is nonstop. It is consistent in the usage. Given the City Council facts, these facts over many days and not just a snapshot of time on a Saturday when there's baseball, basketball, soccer going on and there's traffic mayhem, that's not a fair comparison. That is misinformation. That is not factual. San Clemente needs these to stay open.
Sorry, sir, your time is up.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And these are facts. These are facts, and I'll be available if anyone wants to discuss them.
All right.
For the record, the speaker's materials are in the back for public inspection.
Okay.
John Moore?
Hi, my name is John Moore. I'm a resident of San Clemente for 27 years. I've been going to T Street for 54 years. I've been working in San Clemente for 39 years. I love it here. It's beautiful. Played a lot of basketball. I coached at the high school. I've had 3 surgeries on my knees for meniscus. Great stability, but very bad cushions. I can't do sports anymore. Pickleball came along and saved my life. About a year and a half ago, I started actively playing. I've lost 25 pounds, had a heart condition that's been alleviated. Pickleball, it's pretty much saved my life. I go to church at PCC. I have a group of people. We connect at the pickleball courts. We can't play in San Clemente. We're too big. We have to go to Saddleback. We can't fit on the courts in Saddleback. There's not enough room. The sport's growing. There's more interest. You go there in the afternoon and the San Clemente City is doing pickleball classes, and it's great because there's more people being able to exercise and get sports. But pickleball is growing, and we need more courts. Certainly close these down when you have additional courts to present us, right? If you just go 8 for 8, there's no problem been solved except, maybe a park. I have a dog that lives next door to me. If you can get rid of that and cut that noise down, I'd appreciate that too. But I don't think you can do that, right? We all have to live with our burdens that if you live by a golf course, you get hit with a golf ball. That happens. So I do really appreciate the courts in Steed Park. They're beautiful. They've got more room away from the nets, so my wife doesn't hit the net on her backswing when she's serving the ball. And it's great. So really appreciate it and appreciate you guys extending this meeting for us so we could all have our comments. And I'm obviously for keeping pickleball at San Gregorio. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Heather Brown, followed by John Tilton, followed by Allison Schick.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm so excited to talk to you again about pickleball. I think I've seen you all in the last couple of weeks, and we've been chatting a lot about pickleball, even though the city manager was not happy about that. First of all, let me just say we're really grateful for the pickleball courts at Steed Park. It brings a new era of investment and progressive to the sport of pickleball to San Clemente, which is quickly becoming the center of pickleball for the world and for Southern California. My name is Heather Brown. I teach pickleball as a professional at Lifetime, and although I'm speaking tonight as a lifetime resident of San Clemente, I've lived here since 1975, where I've grown up playing soccer, softball, tennis, and now pickleball, like many of the others, and if not at all the fantastic parks in San Clemente, including San Gorgonio, which was initially going to be the sports park for San Clemente years ago. It's difficult for me to convey how important this sport has become over the years for me and for others. It's improved our mental health, and our physical health, and given me a social network which I could have never dreamed of, and I'm sure I'm not the only tax-paying citizen that feels this way, as you can see here tonight. Would everyone that's plays at San G please stand up in the back? I can do whatever I want. Thanks to the city members or city leaders who took a chance. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Allow the speaker to talk, please. Come on. Please, stop interrupting the speaker. Give the speaker your courtesy.
I even offered to give her lessons for free, but that's revoked. Thanks to the city leaders who took a chance on the fastest growing sport in America and opened Sanji to the public and created perhaps the most impactful. Maybe you should have her
Stop the
removed.
clock. City clerk, please.
You'll get all your time back.
Please, give the courtesy to every speaker that we share for every speaker, whether I am speaking now, please. Okay? I understand that you have concerns. The time to do it is not when someone else is speaking. Everyone gets their 3 minutes to explain where they're coming from, and everyone deserves that respect, okay? Please.
Why didn't you make a motion to sit and tell her?
No, you're not on, Amanda, you're not at the podium, okay? We're not engaging in this. City clerk, do you know how much time we have left?
I'm not.
2 minutes.
I'm not-
2 minutes is what I was thinking. Okay, let's start at 2 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor Duncan. Thank you. Thanks to the city leaders who took a chance on the fastest growing sport in America and opened Sanji to the public and created perhaps the most impactful recreational amenity in San Clemente since the Vista Hermosa Sports Park opened, but at literally a fraction of the cost. So thank you for that. My message tonight is just plain and simple. Please leave the permanent courts at San G open for the community. Take a chance to evaluate the new Steed Park and San G to create a different style of playing for players. I think that the local Short Cliffs community should have a chance to make their own, as some of the town heads to their courts at Steed Park. I'm looking forward to making a trip to Steed Park each morning, like a lot of these people that are here tonight, but it would be a bitter pill for residents and families of the Short Cliffs community to drive past perfectly good courts in a public sports park and drive 15 minutes just to wait in a line to play pickleball there. All residents of San Clemente deserve the enjoyment of all public parks. Please keep Sanji open for our Short Cliffs community, families to play, for the community and the families to play there, and for the new Senior Citizen Center that's opening soon. Just a small fact to go along with Steve Bates. The Mayo Clinic just came out with a study recently giving senior citizens a life expectancy of pickleball players for an average of 6 to 10 extra years of their life. Councilmember and Mayor, thank you for your service. It's been a firsthand how these difficult decisions are weighed on staff and City Council, and we really do wish you the best to contemplate this tonight and other matters that continue to strive to move our city forward, and with the forward thinking and outdoor loving of our community. Good luck tonight, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
John Tilton, followed by Allison Schick, followed by Edward Queskin.
Mayor Duncan, members of the City Council, first and foremost, I want to thank the City Council for allowing us to have this meeting. Victor, thank you for putting it on the agenda. Tonight, we celebrate the opening of the Steed Pickleball Courts. Mayor Duncan, you've created something amazing, and I hope it stands out as the crown jewel of our community. But tonight, I want to talk about change, new information, and what we choose to do with new information. I would like to start off by saying a year ago, we didn't have 156 signatures on a petition that say they want to keep San Gorgonio Pickle Parks and keep that open. In fact, we didn't have this 3 days ago. We got this on Monday, one day. Imagine what we can do in a year. But 1 year ago, we did have a city council commit to building 24 pickle parks out at Steed. But also 1 year ago, Casa Romantica hadn't fallen into the ocean. That's causing the city council to commit about probably close to $12 million to save that beloved landmark. That money has to come from somewhere. And as happy as we are with the 8 temporary courts out at Steed, we need to face facts. That money to build 24 courts is probably going to be put on hold for a period of time. These temporary courts do run the risk of becoming permanent for quite a while. And that's a sacrifice I think the pickleball community needs to make for a greater cause. Now, about a year ago, we also had some members of our pickleball family attempt to do a deal with Shorecliff residents. I think maybe that should have been a job done by the city attorney or the city manager. City officials have the job to do. It's best to let the city officials do their jobs. About a year ago, 8 pickleball courts at San G had about a 0 to 5 minute wait in between games. Since then, the sport has ballooned more than we could have imagined. And now we have waits up to 30 to 45 minutes at peak times. Let's face some facts. Without major funding to expand Steed for a period of time and the unexpected growth of our sport, we can't wait years for Steed, but we can overnight keep San G open to address this need. Furthermore, I would request permission from the City Council to make a recommendation to Parks and Recreation Committee. I'd like them to only have beginner and intermediate players at San G. No challenge courts, have all the high-end, mid-level, and advanced players play at Steed. Plus, those courts are awesome. Better players want to play on better courts with better players. And those people hit the ball harder. They make more noise. Keep the quieter players at San G. Maybe we could change the hours to close at 5 or 6 p.m. That would help. This would also keep the noise down at San G and allow good foot traffic to keep the illicit activity out of the park, which is a big win for the neighborhood. A year ago, we had different information. But let's use the information we have now to make the best possible decisions we can for today. Thank you for your time.
City Clerk, how many more comments?
Hi, my name is...
Hold on just a second, sorry.
10
10
speaker
more
cards.
comments. Okay, and then who are the next 2 speakers after this?
Allison Schick, followed by Ed Queskin, followed by William Vlosky.
Okay, please be prepared to speak. You're on.
Okay, I'll keep it short because I feel like everybody has said everything that needs to be said. My concern is, and thank you for the pickleball courts at Steed, but that we have the 8 and then there won't be follow through on the subsequent courts. And as everybody has pointed out, 8 isn't enough. There's too much demand. I played with new players, earlier this week. We need places to go and places to be. And I am sympathetic to the Shorecliff residents, but I also live across the street from a park. Granted, it's not pickleball, but I get woken up in the morning by kids playing and baseball happening and soccer happening. And then I think, I live across the street from a park. So I deal, because that's where I bought my house. So would appreciate if we keep at least some, if not all, of the pickleball courts open at San G, at least until we get more pickleball courts in San Clemente to play at. Thank you.
Edward.
No, you're not allowed to speak unless you have a card in. Okay, please, ma'am, please.
Edward
Please.
Queskin
Ed Queskin.
and Mr. Queskin also has some
Okay.
documents for Cal.
Is this in the back too?
Yeah, it's just the findings. Good
City
evening,
Attorney
gentlemen.
will put one in the back. Okay, sorry. This
my
will be
name is Ed
available in the back for
Queskin.
people who are interested in viewing it? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
My name, I just provided you a written version of these findings that I'm proposing for your consideration. I am Ed Queskin. I've lived in San Clemente for 43 years. Formerly president of the Little League, former vice president of the Touchdown Club, et cetera, et cetera. So I've been very familiar with the recreational aspects of our community. I am here to basically speak in support of the staff recommendation. I'm a kind of a land use, rules-based guy, so I've provided some findings for your consideration, and I'll just pretty much leave it at that, and you can review those. I gave you copies of them, and we can go from there. The findings are as follows. Whereas a new facility was expeditiously constructed in Steed Park to provide facilities for pickleball at a cost of $2 million. That's just a finding. Whereas the city council graciously accommodated the sport facilities at San Gorgonio prior to the construction of the new courts. Whereas the San Gorgonio courts were inconsistent with the adjacent residential area. I think we've obviously heard about that. Whereas the Steed Park location addressed this with the new location of the new courts and for the future pickleball complex of 24 courts. Whereas the parking at San Gorgonio was severely impacted when its designated uses were in play, meaning soccer, meaning baseball, et cetera, or meaning play people at the park picnic area and at the playground were in play, and the facility is underparked given its designated uses. I went to the ICE Parking Standards 5th edition, and it stipulates 6 spaces per court for pickleball and 4 spaces for tennis. So if you've got 6 times 8, you have 48 spaces for the current configuration of pickleball. This particular facility is severely underparked when it's being used to its full maximum capacity. Whereas San Gorgonio is a designated community pastoral park, and the original designated uses are consistent with that designation. In other words, the way it was originally established. I actually was involved in it with the basketball court when Bruce Wegner was the community development director. We added that tennis court. We added the basketball court, which the tennis players in those days wanted to be a tennis court. Whereas the tennis courts are consistent with the original plan of uses and its attendant infrastructure, and the restoration of the courts reestablishes that use appropriately for this community pastoral park, based on parking, adjacent residential, and residential use. Therefore, based on these findings, it is recommended, or I recommend, that the council adopt the staff recommendation to adopt Resolution 23-130 as presented in the staff report, page 2, addendum, item 8F. That's it.
Thank you.
You're
That
welcome.
was well-timed. Okay.
William Vloski, followed by Susan Ambrose, followed by Marty Weinberg.
Hi, I'm William Vloski. I've lived here since 1986. San Clemente is the only home that I've ever had and owned. I don't get to San Gorgonio Park very much. I only get there maybe once or twice a month. Yet I play pickleball every day with somewhere between 6 and 10 other San Clemente residents. We go out about 25 minutes or 30 minutes out to Plunge Park to play. The reason for that is because San Gorgonio has been too crowded. That will stay the same. You've built a nice park in Steed Park. I won't be able to go there. It'll be too crowded because there's not enough pickleball courts. At very least, I would want you to consider one other thing, and that is that there is 10 pickleball lessons being given, about 5 hours on Wednesday. And that takes up like half the courts for most of that day. And additionally, there are times when you go to the pickleball courts and there's somebody giving a private lesson, and that's important. But the court is being used for the private lesson. It's hard to kick the person off and say, hey, you have 4 people waiting there to play, and you can't really kick them off because they're not in the game, and the game doesn't end. They're just working out and teaching people different tactics and things like that in pickleball, and that's an important facet of things. We have to learn pickleball. I would ask you to consider, if you have a mind to close San Gregorio because of the noise or whatever it is with the neighbors, I would ask you to consider at least keeping 4 of the courts open and giving maybe 3 hours on Tuesday, the 4 or 5 hours on Wednesday for the San Clemente lessons, and maybe 3 hours on Thursday so that people can still use that court for learning. And it won't impact the playing that goes on at the new Steed Park, because you need those, all 8 courts working for players, having fun and playing games as much as you can possibly do. And that would certainly alleviate any noise complaints that the neighborhood can complain about. I mean, we have, people mowing lawns that make noise more than that. So I would ask you, if you're going to, at least, if you're thinking about doing that, at least keep it for an instructional court, and that can be divided off, and this way only people who are teachers can use the courts at this certain time. That's an easy fix to do, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Susan Ambrose, followed by Marty Weinberg, followed by Shelley Moore. Susan?
What was the first one? Susan Ambrose?
Susan Ambrose?
Don't think she's
See her.
here.
Okay. Marty Weinberg, followed by Shelley Moore, followed by Amanda Q.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm Marty Weinberg, USA Pickleball Ambassador for the City of San Clemente. You've seen me up here many times, and I always promote pickleball. I was in the first pickleball class in San Clemente when we had no courts. We had chalk and a portable net. And yes, I was one of those 6 years ago who was circulating petitions and lobbying to bring pickleball to San Clemente. So you can blame this mess on me, right? I've been a USA Pickleball Ambassador for over 5 years now, and I always promote what's in the best interest of the community regarding pickleball. And all these people here are just like me. We love pickleball. And if we could, we would have a pickleball court in every neighborhood in San Clemente. But we have to use common sense, and we have to be good neighbors. 4 years ago, we closed San Luis Rey Park pickleball due to noise complaints. And we learned and we now understand that the noisy game of pickleball cannot infringe on the rights or the health of the neighborhood where the courts are located. And this is not isolated just to San Clemente. There's courts across the country that are closing due to noise issues. And we had many meetings and workshops regarding pickleball and the master plan for the parks. And we understood that pickleball would revert back to tennis, and the city council came up with $1.2 million to build courts, so when pickleball closed at San G, we'd have a place to play. And we've been dealing with these meetings for over 2 years now, and we negotiated in good faith with the city council and the neighborhood, and there were compromises, decisions, and promises made. San Gregorio is now closed, and Steed is now open. The 24-court facility has been approved. And so, and I understand that all these people here, they have a right to their opinion and to their comments, but let's not turn our backs on the San Gregorio neighborhood. And it's taken a lot of energy and effort to get where we're at now. And we got the thumbs up to have fundraiser tournaments at Steed Park and no restrictive start times. So that's great. So let's be grateful for what we have and for what we will have in the future. And I would just also like to thank the City Council, Mayor Duncan, the City Manager, and the BPR Commissioners, and our BPR Director, Samantha Wiley. You've been instrumental in getting these courts finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty. Appreciate it.
Shelley Moore, followed by Amanda Q, followed by Via San Gregorio resident.
So I understand, if I'm correct, Steed Park courts are going to be free
Is that correct? Nobody can, okay. So if I go to Hermosa or to Ole and I swim, it costs me $4 an hour to rent a lane. So SC is spending $14 million to end up building these 24 courts. And that's if prices don't go up more. So my tax dollars are paying $14 million, mine and everyone else's $14 million for a small percent of the city, like 2 or 3% of the city. SC needs to start charging for these courts. One court, 12 hours, $4 an hour is $48. By 38 days, you're up to $1,400. By 12 months, you're up to $17,000. Times that by 24 courts, that's over $400,000. It only takes us 31 years to pay off this $13 million at that point, but it's better than nothing, and maybe it would keep the upkeep. Again, you make us pay to go to the pool, why shouldn't they have to pay to rent the courts? Thank you.
Thank you.
Amanda Q is.
Just a quick comment about this.
Please, no, please, let her,
That is
please allow her
protect-
to talk, please.
That is protected speech, and that's something that 3 city council members should know as as attorneys. It is protected speech, hissing and booing, so I do support that. I wanted, thank you. Thank you. I wanted to thank Marty Weinberg. It is. I wanted to thank Marty Weinberg for his wonderful comment, and I also wanted just to make sure that he also thanks a concerned resident, Ruth Martin, for moving this along from moving the San Gorgonio pickleball courts to Steed Park, and she should have been there right next to him when he cut the ribbon cutting today. I really support that. And what do they say? Promises kept, promises made, promises kept. And I think that we need to just keep that in our minds and just move the courts from, shut them down at San Gorgonio and move to Steed Park. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you.
I came here tonight and I stayed this long just to thank you for what was to be discussed, and that was to restore the tennis courts back to San Gorgonio Park. And I would hope that you stand with that. Everybody has a right to speak, but they don't live in, this is what I hear every day. It's just a perfect example of what I've lived through daily. Please consider that. Please consider everything that's been said about hundreds of pickleball players that overrun. That's what we deal with daily, with the cars, with the noise, with the vibrations in my head that don't go away when I try to go to sleep at night. Please, I hope you consider that and realize what we go through, what we've been going through, and consider all the parks that have been, pickleball has been removed from for the same reason we are standing here tonight, to fight for our rights. We live right across the street from it. We hear it. Please just stand to your word. Please stand with what you voted on and what you promised us. This morning was a glorious day, and now I'm spending half my day here before you again because of that. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you.
This next speaker card says another Via San Gorgonio resident, is that individual here, followed by Nate, followed by concerned resident. So another Via San Gorgonio resident, no? Okay. Oh. Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. I hope you're doing okay.
Is this Nate or the other San Gorgonio resident?
No, Nate is coming up in a few moments.
You're the other Sangre, okay.
I just wanted to indicate you guys are all aware of the fact that It is a nuisance. It has been a nuisance. If it was in your backyard, you'd be up here in my position, not in your position. All these people that were bought off with pizza and water and everything to come here and make fools of themselves is ridiculous. So the bottom line is you made a commitment, follow through with your commitment. When you tell your children something, do you not do that? Do you not follow through with what you tell your kids? Yes, you do. You follow through with integrity and character, and that's what it boils down to. That's what life is about, is integrity and character. So please stand by what you indicated you would. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Nate, followed by concerned resident, followed by Judy. Is Nate still here? Nate? No? Okay. Concerned resident?
I'm now speaking on item 8F. And the discussion tonight, I believe, has violated state law as the issue of reopening pickleball courts, listening to health benefits, listening to social life, is not on item 8A agenda. The city attorney somehow has allowed, as the mayor did, this violation to occur over my point of order. And given that decision, I'll make the following limited presentation. First, I support the agenda. It was only on June 6th that Mr. Cabral acknowledged how hard the residents have worked to provide the reason why San Clemente pickleball does not belong in a residential neighborhood. You gave relief to residents in another park. How can you do that? How can you say their rights were violated, but San Gorgonio residents' rights aren't violated? How can you possibly draw that conclusion? Yes, a lot of people want to play pickleball, but you realize that the EIR for San Gorgonio Park specifically states that noise-producing activities are to be placed on the freeway side. The city put them as close to residents as possible with the highest pitch, loudest sport on the planet. They didn't do an EIR when they changed them. They didn't do a traffic study. They didn't do a noise study. Our streets look like this now. Pickleball players take about 40 to 50 cars. You got 32 playing, and God bless them, they have to wait 40 minutes to get a court. So how many people are waiting? How much room have you left now for the Little League fields, for the soccer fields, for the sports that were already there? Tennis takes 2 balls, and pickleball is 8 plastic hitting the damn things, which you've heard me say, play over and over again. So yes, you made a promise, Mr. Cabral, and 4 of you agreed that this courts are closed on November 7th, and thank God Mr. Hall and Samantha Wiley got those courts open. They didn't have to go one day. They didn't have to lose their sanity over one day of not playing. You did it. You did it. The agreement was Sanji closes when pickleball is in Steed. And now you've got the future of adding more courts. The future is not in residential neighborhoods. You are breaking the state law. I know Mr. Cabral feels, oh, it's not under 80 dBA. The high pitches on that thing, you have the records, 111. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to shut down.
Okay, thank you.
And the last speaker card I have is for Judy.
There. My name is Jody Brown, and I live across the street from a park. So I live across the street from San Gorgonio Park, to be exact. And the one thing that we have not focused on at all, we've had a lot of facts that have come out tonight. One of the facts that stands true over and over and over tonight is the amount of cars and bodies and traffic that is being in and out of Sanji every single day and night. Those courts are packed, which means there are cars speeding up and down San Gorgonio all day, every day. My children love to play pickleball. we should be stoked that we've got these courts across the street from our house. I play pickleball. I really enjoy it. I can't wait to check out Steed Park because it's a beautiful park and we put a lot of money as a city into that park. However, the little girl who came and spoke, I commend her for being out here. I wish I would have brought my children so they could speak to the traffic situation. My kids almost get hit almost every single day of the week when they are leaving for school or coming home from school on their bikes. And we have had numerous pickleball players pull over on the side of the road and apologize because they are late for their court time and they had to get there, but they almost hit my kid. There are elderly people that are walking up and down our streets. Our sidewalks are only on one side of the street, single-loaded street. We don't have the proper sidewalks. We don't have speed bumps. And, beyond that, speed is my biggest thing. The noise, I'm a horrible public speaker, but the noise doesn't bother me as much as it's the speed. Okay, we've had people comment on it before. We've had people apologize. It's a super bummer. I think pickleball is a cool sport, but it doesn't belong on San Gorgonio. And that's just the bottom line. That's it. I appreciate it. And also, I'd just like to say, you guys spent a lot of money on those courts up there, and it was made on a promise with us. We worked really hard with Marty and Gigi and a lot of the pickleball players, and we had your words from the city council, the people who represent us, the people of San Clemente. And so I hope that you keep our children safe. I hope you keep the parks meant to be for what they were meant to be in the first place. And, let the chips fall where they may. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That was our last speaker card.
Okay. Thank you all for your comments. I'm going to close the public hearing unless there's any other questions of Samantha.
I have a question.
Okay.
Just for clarification here, because I remember all this happening, but it wasn't my focus. And was there ever talk, when we put the temporaries up there, the 8 temporaries, was there ever talk of putting those over where the proposed 24 courts was going to go as opposed to putting them where the skate park was supposed to go?
Yes, that was the original intention, but understanding the timeline that it would take to get what is the permanent facility developed on the undeveloped land of Steed, I think the council expressed concern over that taking too long. And the temporary site was graded and leveled and was a much more expedited solution to moving pickleball out of San Gorgonio. So that was the direction.
So it was preparation of the site, basically?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
I have a question. I got a number of emails, and I've heard comments tonight about we're violating some agreement. Has the city, I'm not aware of any agreement as a city council member, and I never entered into any agreement. Has the city entered into an agreement with anybody in the community?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Yes, right now, before San Jude's closed, are there any restrictions in terms of hours there right now? Are there any restrictions in terms of what type of player can be there?
So at San Gorgonio, prior to it closing, there were restrictions on hours of play, but there was no restriction on the level of play that could happen. So it could be intermediate. There was a challenge court. It was all levels of play.
What are those hours?
Monday through Friday, 7 a.m., and then Saturday and Sunday, 8 a.m.
And they need to reserve a spot, or?
No, the courts are all drop-in.
Okay.
Question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, question. Tonight, several people mentioned that the finances to build the 24 full courts would be impaired because of the cost, because Casa Romantic and other things. Is the master plan still on track, and what's the timeline to build the other courts at Steed Park?
So it was my understanding that the 24 courts at Steed Park were put into conceptual approval so that we could see whether or not there was any entity that might be interested in providing some sponsorship, some original money to kind of get the project started. that was the premise on which they were conceptually approved. There is no current money in our capital improvement budget or the city budget to start the 24 courts at this point in time. So that would be a action that would require the city council to place it in the budget at the next adoption of a new budget.
Okay, another question. I think it was Mr. Bates that mentioned the court at Forester, the tennis courts at Forester Ranch being unused. That's a residential neighborhood, isn't it? Forester Ranch
Yes.
Park? Yes. It is.
Yes, it is a community park, but yes, it's surrounded by residents.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Councilmember Cabral, did you have?
Yeah, I have, have we, at any of our courts, ever used a reservation system or a system of charging people to sort of reduced hours, or used any other things to limit the amount of traffic at a particular court?
So one of our public speakers, I think, referenced it. The only time we've ever done reservations of our courts, whether that was tennis or pickleball, was during COVID-19. So that would have been about 2020. It was the only way we were able to safely open the courts, according to some of the guidelines that were in place. And that system was reservation-based, and it started at 6 a.m. It was a bit of a frenzy to get a court. But there was no fee at that time. It was still free to play. We certainly do have the technology and the capability within our software to accommodate a reservation system if that's the council's desire.
Okay, what about pickleball lessons? Who runs the pickleball lessons? And one of the comments was about we could, do a lot more pickleball classes that are quieter, people learning, and not the challenge players that, as I understand it, make a lot more noise.
Yeah, so we currently, the Recreation Division has a contract instructor who does our pickleball classes. They are only on Wednesdays, and they start at 11 a.m. and wrap up by 4 p.m. They are done during that time frame because that's the lower usage of the pickleball courts. They only use 3 of the courts out of the 8 at San Gregorio. Those classes, starting tomorrow, will be transitioned to Steed Park. And they do serve everywhere from beginning, intermediate to advanced play as well. And the lengths of time vary, but it is between 11 and 4. Regarding private lessons, we do not allow private lessons. So if there are folks that are teaching private lessons, they're actually in violation of our municipal code. So they shouldn't be blocking access to those courts without a permit.
Thank you.
I just want to address one item. Victor, you asked about an agreement. I don't think the city entered a formal agreement. What we did do, and I was on the council at the time, as was the mayor, the concern about the noise in the neighborhood was the issue we were addressing. And we were looking for more pickleball courts because it's an immensely popular sport. We all love it. I played it. I want to play more of it. And we were looking for a solution, not only for the San Gregorio neighborhood, but for the city at large. And we expedited these 8 courts for the specific purpose of giving relief to the San Gregorio neighborhood. And at that meeting, when we authorized these to be built, we built into the time frame the elimination of the use of San Gregorio pickleball courts when Steed Park was completed. And I think we even built in some penalties if they didn't build it on time. And so that it wasn't a quote agreement, but there was plenty of discussion about the quid pro quo. We'll build those, we'll build them immediately, we'll build them for relief, and hopefully we'll build more.
There was no quid pro quo, okay, just to be clear.
In a phrase, it was a concession to the neighborhood. So
right.
we won't call it in the legal sense quid pro quo, but
right.
it was clearly
Okay, all
clearly
right, but that's,
discussed.
okay, we're getting into discussion, so I want to limit it to questions here for Samantha. Any other questions?
No,
City Manager, do you have something
Yeah,
to
there
say?
was just some discussion about the financing part of it. There's a lot that goes into these improvements also in terms of environmental impact reports or other CEQA documents. And so there's more to building these than just funding them and going up and building them. And that's, again, in San G Park. Some of the things we want to do is make sure that we're consistent with the parking and the other things that were found in the EIR. Those are important documents for us to follow. So. So I wanted to point out, it's not just financial. Yeah.
Okay. Director Wiley, you had mentioned before that part of the master plan concept at San Gorgonio is additional pickleball courts. Does that remain the case no matter what happens with this item?
So that plan and reference has not been presented to the council because we haven't completed the environmental analysis of that conceptual plan. The Parks and Rec Commission reviewed it in 2021, and they did recommend approval of the concept plan that had 4 courts against the freeway wall at San Gorgonio Park.
It's not part of the master plan because it hasn't even gone through.
We haven't adopted that plan, that's correct.
But has it gone through the EIR process?
No, it has
Okay,
not.
so we're a ways away from that. Okay.
When you say a ways away,
Yeah.
what would be the time frame before that were to be brought back to council?
We do need to do the environmental study on it, and typically that requires a consulting team or an environmental consulting firm to come in and do that. So it would be a budget item that staff could bring back and incorporate into the budget with our next
So
fiscal
the
year.
EIR has not been contracted for at this point?
That's correct. The only environmental component we did was Steed, again, to expedite pickleball. So we took Steed first.
Right. And that is, again, why we looked at Steed to do the 8
Yes.
temporary courts.
That's correct.
Any other questions for staff here, city manager or Samantha?
One quick question relating to potential future courts at Steed. The cost, charging a fee for this. We charge fees for all sorts of things in the city, as one of the speakers mentioned. There's no plan at the present time regarding that, but I guess my question is, I guess we have, as a council can, as a policy matter, decide whether we want to charge or not, but that would certainly assist the financing of those courts if we were to establish a fee.
That's correct.
Usage.
That'd be a policy decision of the council, but you could charge for use of pickleball courts.
Okay. All right, thank you, Samantha. And I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, who wants to start? Who wants to serve first?
No, I don't always want to start.
And the last.
No, no.
I got you.
I don't really want to, but I will because
I love that.
because you asked me to.
What's this arm?
One thing I learned from the hearing, I mean, and everybody makes a great case about, and I think what we have to do as a city council is balance all these interests, and they're difficult interests. And I understand the residents' interests, and I understand the pickleball players' interests. And I can't say one is better than the other, really. I mean, we need more pickleball. That's one thing I learned. We need more courts, and we've got to do so expeditiously as best we can. And we have a meeting, this week. Can we talk about that, or am I out of order to talk about our meeting? Well, we have another public meeting where the issue of the budget and what we prioritize will be up, and we'll talk about it then. But I think most of us, and I won't speak for my colleagues, are committed to addressing the need of new courts, and I think we saw the need even clearer tonight with the outcrying from the public about this need. And I thought when we did the Sanji, I thought that, we could move people, and this was my expectation, and I think the pickleball players have done a great job in transferring all that energy to the Steed Park. I think we were there, all four of us were there this morning. We saw that. I understand the community, the colleagues that are created, the energy, and hopefully we can make Steed Park and duplicate what we have at Sanji. I mean, that's what I really want to see, and I hope that addresses at least part of the need and part of the concern of the pickleball players. And I might add, I don't think we're done with that. We're maybe 3/4 of the way of, or maybe even more, I'm not sure, I won't want to speak out of turn, but there's still other things that are being done by our staff to make sure that location is up there and has the right atmosphere and has whatever, even though it's a temporary facility, it has all the things that we need, and I'll work with the pickleball community. I think all of us will work with the pickleball community to make sure there's the lights and the wind barriers and the chairs and all the other stuff that will make it a great place. That said, it's still only eight courts up there, and it's the same amount. And I talked to a number of people because I understand the concern of people that are upset with the noise. And I think that the pickleball community has done a great job in one day just transferring up there. I think the fact that we've opened up that park up there, that a great majority of the people, if not all, are going to move up there. And that if there were courts, if this council decided to open up the courts again at Sanji, it would be for a limited use. And I think there is a compromise in there where we reduced either the hours or through a reservation system or through a fee system, reduce significantly the amount of play at Sanji. So you don't have the challenge players that make most of the noise. Maybe we include some of the people, some of the classes there that are, I think, less noisy, particularly the beginners. I've been struggling all week with trying to find the right solution to address the needs of the pickleball players and the people that live on that street. It's a tough question for me, but I'm looking at all those things. People talk about mental health. I probably had more emails from people that have told me how pickleball saved their life and saved was a great help to their health. So it's there's there's great merit on both sides. That doesn't help you at all, but you can speak out however you want, I guess.
Okay, the problem when you speak is that other people cannot hear us talking, right? You are allowed to speak, but then nobody can hear what we're talking about, so.
Well,
go on.
So anyhow, that's the direction I would like to go. I mean, I don't have a plan.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just interrupt Councilmember Cabral, if you could tailor the discussion to whether you would like to amend the master plan of San Gorgonio?
Well, it would be a
Nicely
rejection
done.
of the master plan, and maybe by rejecting the master plan, what we do is we leave the status quo. And the status quo is not a
I think
solution.
he was getting there.
Yeah, I was on my way there. The rejection of the plan is not, in my view, a complete solution. It needs a little bit of work, and it will need more work. And I don't know at what point, I don't know where my colleagues is, because we're not allowed to talk to them, so I don't know where we are. So I'll let others talk and.
Just to clarify, I think for the city, so you're saying, what you're talking about is not making the master plan amendment as proposed here, leaving it status quo, but potentially making some adjustments to the status quo, I guess.
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else want to?
Yeah.
Councilmember Enmeyer.
Yeah, I think we need to back up a little bit to last, was it May, when this was made, this proposition? When this proposition was made, we were originally, what was on the agenda was to talk about just opening Steed, the 8 courts there. Somehow, it got tacked on for a motion to also close Sanji. That was not on the agenda, but we voted it in anyways. And that's why we're in this situation now, because the people didn't get a chance to speak towards that before the motion was made. So I would just encourage our council that we need to do better in how we make propositions and how we make policy, so that we're not in this in this pickle again.
Dad joke,
Bad
bad
joke, yeah,
joke.
bad
That's a
joke.
dad joke
Yeah.
right there.
Tip your waitress. Now, that being said, in relation to the amendment, I think we can go about this one of two ways. Either we approve it as is and then make a subsequent motion to amend it later, or we reject it and then make motions later to discuss how to look at different options for San-G. Options such as, and I would propose a compromise. And I know that's a dirty word right now, but essentially looking at limiting the courts to 4 courts instead of all 8, and limiting hours from 9 to 5 at San-G. I know that's not what everyone wants, but I think Larry David says, it's a good compromise when everyone leaves unsatisfied. So,
Is it really?
so that
Just to
would be-
clarify, so what you're saying is, you would not accept the staff recommendation to make the amendment, and you would instead make some changes to do the availability, similar to what Councilmember Cabral was saying. Okay. And I think you've
I
talked.
don't know what the best way to go about that is. Is it to,
Well-
do we close it now and then make the amendments, or do
Yeah.
we not close it and make the amendments?
Okay.
If-
That's
if that-
that's a legitimate discussion that is appropriate for this item about whether we make this amendment now or not. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything to say?
Yeah,
Yes.
I do. A couple comments. Historically, we have to kind of go back to the origins of pickleball in San Clemente. We were playing at San Luis Rey Park, a residential neighborhood, and people were concerned about the noise. And this council decided we would solve the community's problem of noise by moving the courts, and they moved them to San Gregorio, also a neighborhood park. But it was done because of the noise. And we amended the master plan for San Gregorio Park in order to allow the pickleball to go in. The pickleball became a noise issue. It was repeatedly brought up to the council. And when, again, historically speaking, when the council decided to give some relief, we expedited the pickleball courts at Steed Park, and the staff did an excellent job of quickly moving on that. Not as quick as some of the neighbors would have liked, but moved on it very quickly. And it was done to solve the problem. Pickleball has a problem nationwide in that, as I think several people have said, courts are being closed all over the country because they've been quickly added into neighborhoods where noise has been an issue. Pickleball is an immensely popular, growing sport. We need to encourage that growth and encourage it, but we need to put it in the right place. Steed is the right place because we have the room, we have the resources, and it's not in a neighborhood, and it's by a major part of our population. I like the concept of expediting additional courts as soon as possible. The question is, do we expedite them at Steed or San Gregorio? If they're at San Gregorio, I think they should be moved. I've always advocated that they be along the freeway where there's a zero, hopefully, a zero impact of noise to the neighbors that live in the San Gregorio neighborhood. So, and this is day one of our new courts. We had 8 courts. We expeditiously built 8 courts so that we could solve the problem. And we're not solving the problem by saying, we've got 8 new courts, let's leave them open. So I guess my feeling would be, let's see how the 8 courts work. We have the same number of courts available to our citizens that we had last week and last month and 6 months ago. Let's see how that works. And I suspect that even if that works properly, we're still going to need more courts, and we need to expedite that analysis. So I like the concept of continuing the analysis in that direction. I think we should probably, at this point, approve the master plan amendment, but instruct staff to expedite analysis of Steed Park or San Gregorio to make sure we have additional courts. And we continue to look at sponsors, and we continue to look at the concept of a fee so that we can have money to pay for these courts. So I just think residential neighborhoods are not the place for this immensely popular and growing sport. And we need to lean into the curve a little bit and make sure what we do in the future is in the right direction. So those are just my thoughts. But I like the idea of moving forward either now or later with making sure we have additional courts in the future.
Thank you. Councilmember Leffler, yes.
Okay, just have to have the city attorney jump in on me if I'm not addressing the issue correctly.
Yes,
But I like
please
the way Mayor Pro Tem was stating. So I just want to say one, because I wasn't on the council when this happened, and I got to tell you, I thought originally, oh, you got your 8 courts at Steed, and now, it's, okay, now we're going to get the pressure. It's going to be, have your cake and eat it too. And then I heard from Marty and Gigi, and I go, wait a minute, those are the guys that wanted, so I see there's not a division, but, I know it's not that. I was very impressed with all the pickleball players' passionate speeches, and that your access to recreation needs to be addressed. With that said, I was hoping, like Mayor Pro Tem said, we're opening up the 8 courts. That was going to give us a chance to evaluate how busy those courts are. I know if we left San Gorgonio open, we wouldn't be able to evaluate how much 8 courts are because we're doubling our courts. And this is going to give us a model going forward to what do we really need to do in this city to provide access to pickleball, because it'll give us a chance to look at it and evaluate it. I still think there's possibly a path to pickleball courts at San G. Maybe, I don't know how long, after a 90-day evaluation, we look at it, then we look at our options about reservations or paying, which I think might be a great idea looking forward for the revenue, and we might be able to put in some courts at San G back by the freeway, or add courts at whatever. I just think we need a period of time to evaluate this. This will give it to us. The pickleball community can work as a team. Maybe Marty can get together with the other people that spoke. Maybe you guys can start figuring out some strategies for fundraising and maybe, to help us get this going, because revenue is a problem. But my feeling is to pass the ordinance, and then if we need to tweak it or whatever, we certainly can. But in the long run, I'd like to use this as an evaluation to see where do we really go from here. Maybe 40 courts is what we ultimately need. Who knows? But this will give us a chance to look at that and have a strategy instead of just, well, we'll put some courts here. Well, we'll take some away here. Well, I think we really need to look at this.
I have a question about that, though. I have a question about that. And I love the idea and concept behind it, but I don't know what more information you gain when you take 8 courts and you put them in a different place. You still got 8 courts, right? So I don't think you're going to see much difference, right? So I mean, and again, I'm not trying to say one side or the other. I guess I'm just saying you're not going to learn too much. I mean, you're going to have the same people now going to those 8 courts, right? Theoretically.
Well, the other part of it is you made a commitment to close them.
Well, I didn't. I was the one who voted not to do it.
Okay,
but-
well,
Well, I mean,
okay, I'm sorry, the council made the
sure,
commitment.
the council
to-
did, yes,
I mean-
I completely understand that. Yeah, so, and that is a very, very valid point, right? That this was the understanding, and that's why the staff recommendation, we hung staff out to dry a little bit, right? Like, staff did what we said, and now we're saying, well, I'm not sure. So that's how we got to this point. And again, very valid. I'm just saying, I don't know that you're going to gain a lot of more intel, right? Just by switching the 8 to a different location, but yeah.
I would just second that. I think you have to think about, if you go out to the courts, they're packed. You move those 8 courts somewhere else, they're going to be packed. So they're all the same people that have moved up there. And I think that's a good thing that they've moved up to Steed Park. But you do need, in my view, and you can disagree, and you will if you do, you still need a little bit of a few courts where maybe some of the new players, maybe the teachers that go up there, they will use, the 8 courts and they'll take up space. Maybe if they were teaching new players how to play down at Sanji, that would free up some of the courts up there. So I think you just need, I think we could open up the tennis courts. We could do half the courts, as Mark said, try and direct and have the Pickleball Association direct mostly new players that do not play, as loud as some of the professional players down to that park, or the people in the neighborhood that want to walk to the park at Sanji can attend those courts and participate more, and have pickleball associations of the groups, sort of try and help us direct all the people up to Sanji. And then up to Steed Park, but most importantly, we need to work expeditiously at, looking how we expand new courts.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But, Mr. Mayor, we do have a point of order. We have a point of order here that the vote to reopen courts is not on the agenda.
We can put one in your backyard, Victor.
Well, the vote to reopen courts.
It's
I don't
the vote
think
about
that, I don't
closing.
think we're not voting on reopening courts. We're voting on whether we pass this amendment that would change the master plan to essentially stop pickleball at that location. So I think it's still appropriate what we're talking about.
And
So I will deny that point
Yeah,
of
I
order.
agree. The discussion relates to what we do, what we will do relating to that issue.
But thank you for raising it. Yes.
Yeah, I agree with the sentiment. We all acknowledge that this is a huge sport, a growing sport. We need more of it, and we're going to get more of it. The question is how and when. And, my concern is that my heartburn about this whole issue is that if this were in my backyard, I'd be concerned. If I was across the street, I'd be troubled, and I know some people are. So what I'd like to do is focus on expediting, because we've proven that we can expedite pickleball courts. What'd you say? What was your phrase this morning when you said I won't repeat it because it's a.
There's some kids here still.
Yeah, there's some kids here, I won't repeat it exactly. But we can
get stuff done.
We get stuff done.
Get stuff done.
And we could, if it's the desire of the council, do the same thing with amending the master plan to get it back to the neighborhood concept, and expediting laser focus on Gregonio, location at Gregonio, back by the freeway, and/or additional courts immediately and ASAP at Steed. So I think we need to keep moving in that direction because there's clearly a huge need and we need to address it.
I'm fine with expediting that. I think, though, we should at least keep 4 open while that process is going on. And I think 4 is a compromise. I mean, it's going to cut down on the noise. It will still allow for amateurs to play, especially if that challenge court is gone.
With limited days of the week, limited hours.
I think, I mean, I would love to hear council discussion on this. I'm throwing out a number here, but 9 to 5, limit that. I'm fine with, and this is what a compromise is, right? It's not everyone gets everything that they want. So, yeah.
Okay, so if I understood that, you would not amend the master plan, but you would close the 4 temporary courts and revert those back to tennis. And you would limit the hours on the 4 permanent courts to 9 to 5, I guess, 7 days a week, or is it?
I'm fine, 7 days a
Okay.
week. If that,
then-
and again, if the council.
I'm
finds
just,
some- yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
summarizing please.
Yeah.
And you would have the lessons be taught not at the 8 temporary courts, but the lessons be taught at the.
At the Sanji.
The Sanji location. Okay, well, that's food for thought. Any discussion on that?
Well, I think that mirrors what I had been talking about.
Okay, similar to what you've been talking about. Now, I would just say, we get into this thing where we make these decisions from the dais, you know what I mean? Like where we're just sort of throwing out ideas. I would love to have sort of staff's input about, and maybe we could do both, but I would love to get staff's input about how we could limit the impacts as just a recommendation, right? And then we could take a look at that. So that's something to think about too, maybe for the next meeting. That's maybe in addition to what you're discussing. Rick, any? I know your opinion was slightly different as you expressed it. So.
Yeah, and to all the pickleball players out there, I will do, no matter how this vote goes, I will do everything I possibly can to get the needs met by the pickleball players. I have a little slightly different take on it. You committed to closing the courts, and I don't mind that we figure out later about opening them instead of just shooting from the hip up here like we're all doing. $1.2 million you committed, and part of that commitment was you were going to close the courts at Sanjay. You also gave the finger to the skating community, and one reason the skating's gone down up there is because you didn't keep your commitment, not you, none of us here, but the commitment wasn't kept 10 years ago to add on to that park also. I will do everything I can to promote pickleball and the pickleball courts, but I'm also going to promote maybe occasionally when you make a commitment up here that you keep it.
Okay.
If I could just slightly address that. I was a yes vote on that, and I was a yes vote mainly because I was voting yes for the 8 new pickleball courts. I think having that other aspect tagged onto it personally threw me for a loop on it. And I also can recognize that maybe wasn't the best way to do business. And I think we need to, when there are corrections that need to be made, I think it's also a good thing to make them.
Right. All right, so we've got kind of a split of opinion. I think you've aligned Mayor Pro Tem Novak more with what Rick has been saying.
Well, yeah,
Interestingly enough.
If we're going to, interestingly, I've said my concern. I think if we're going to have a long-term future with pickleball, it needs to be in the right place at the right location, and neighborhoods are not the right location. We've acknowledged that. We even this evening we're talking about it's not appropriate. I don't want to keep repeating myself, so I won't. But I guess what I'm suggesting is, in your analysis, Mark, you would not approve the master plan amendment, but instruct staff or give whatever policy direction we need to keep one of the lanes, close down one of the tennis courts to pickleball, open it for pickleball.
Keep 4 open and turn the other 4 back into tennis court.
So if I may, if that were the direction, or if you were to bring a motion, what I would recommend is that you amend the resolution before you, which would turn either Court 1 or Court 2 into tennis and leave the other one as joint use, for example. That would be a way to amend the master plan, but not in the way staff requested.
I see.
As an
Okay.
option.
Here's my thought or suggestion on that, is that we, in pursuing that track, we ask, because the goal is to make sure we have whatever use, what I'm hearing you say, whatever use we have is gentle, quiet, and neighbor-friendly as it possibly can be. What my suggestion would be that if we went down that line, we would refer this issue, before we just leave one court open, we would refer the issue of the details to our Parks Commission and say the goal is to give neighbor consideration, noise consideration, and have them look at the hours, the type, whether it's training, along those lines, so that, again, we're not shooting from the hip. We're asking our parks experts to say, our concern for the community and our goal, and give us some input on this, and have them report back quickly. Maybe have them analyze this at our next meeting with public input, and then come back to us as soon as possible with their recommendations, so that when we act on it, we're, again, not shooting from the hip, but we've got our parks advisors and experts kind of weighing in on it. And I don't want to say that to kind of lengthen the process, because I know it will, but I just think having that input might be valuable if we're going down that road.
So I think that's some wise counsel there. What I would recommend then doing would be to say, I would make a motion to vote no on item F, 8F, with giving direction to staff to come back with a policy idea on how to limit the play at Sanji
Well,
While closing one.
while closing half of the, turning turning the tennis
so
court
then,
in.
Like the city attorney said, though, you wouldn't be voting no. What you would be voting is to amend or revise the resolution to not close
Well,
both.
that's not what I just heard, though. What I heard was something different.
Well, he's,
Was to take no action and ask staff to come back with a recommendation.
that is
Which
different.
is different than
we're-
what
yeah.
Yes.
an
But then
option
he
I
said
gave
at the
earlier.
end, yes, closing the one court.
I suppose that would be the staff to look at a staff recommendation of closing one court. So essentially, if I'm
Yeah.
correct on this, and again, I stumble, I get that. But if we keep them open now, reject this, then we could come back with a proposition to discuss closing one court, turning one of the 4 pickleball courts back into tennis and keeping the other 4 as they are.
So I think what's a little bit confusing is currently the courts are closed to pickleball, right?
They're
So
already closed.
before the council right now is whether to amend the park master plan to revert it back to tennis.
Okay.
So would it be possible to amend that along Mark's suggestion of having 4 of the courts shut down, 4 of them
To turn back to tennis.
turn
It's
back to
really
tennis?
to take away the use versus shut down the court. You're going to have to bring the reopening of the court back as a new agenda item later.
All right, so I think we might be better off than just amending this as it is now and amending it to closing,
Just one of the tennis courts, or one of the pickleball courts,
four-
not
yeah, 4 of the pickleball courts.
4 of them in the footprint of one tennis court. yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we can direct staff later.
So I just want to be clear, city attorney, because I think this is some of the point of orders actually too. We have closed that's locked, okay, right? Yes, tomorrow morning it's locked if we don't do anything. And so it can't be used for anything, I guess, right? So if we wanted it to be open for something tomorrow, we need to give that direction, I guess.
So before the council tonight
Or
is-
can we not do that
is
because it's not on the agenda?
allowed uses at the park. Right, so if the will of the council is to have, say, one joint use court and one tennis-only court, I can guide you through how to amend, how to make that as a motion.
Okay.
But
And
I
then if
kinda
we-
need
If we
to
did
know-
that, what would it be, what would happen tomorrow morning? If we revised this to, instead of shutting down, turning both of these courts back into tennis, we revised it to turn only one back into tennis.
Can I ask a question? Is that practical to do, the way they're, I mean, can you just do that? Or the way they're situated, is that something you can do?
So one of the courts is more temporary than the other. One of the courts is essentially kind of a permanent pickleball court, if you will, and the other one has kind of temporary equipment on it. So I don't know if they're labeled on there, but the most, there you go.
Court number 1.
Court number 1 is more temporary than court number 2. Court number 2 has been turned into a more permanent pickleball court, if you will.
Oh, okay, so what you're proposing is you leave court number 2 as a,
Yeah, leave court number
If
2.
that's
as a-
answering your question, I wasn't sure if that was.
And are we able to do that? I mean, is that before us such that tomorrow morning, city staff would open it up and allow pickleball on court, which one was it now?
2.
2, and not on court 1, because court 1, we would remove the temporary nets and prepare to turn it back into tennis.
So this morning, acting on a motion of the city council, the courts were closed. On November 7th, the courts were closed, and that was a motion of the council. The council has a lot of discretion, of course, in making policy for the city. If the policy is for, if you're directing staff to close one of the courts and keep the other court open, that's what staff's going to do. So if that's your desire, that's what we'll do. The one thing that's missing for me in this conversation, because we want to make sure to make it really clear to you when we come back, is court number 2, the more permanent court, is that a stopgap until we find a more permanent solution to either expanding the courts in Steed Park or putting the courts in San G near the freeway? Or is this kind of more of a permanent action? That's what kind of one thing that's been a little bit, we want to come back to you with what you want.
My sense is stopgap.
It's a
Stopgap,
stopgap.
yeah. Want to make clear about what we're doing here.
And so that's going to be clear.
Yeah.
Yes, that this would be
Like
a
it- like it
stopgap
wa- like
until
it
we
was back
find,
in May.
either we find 4 more courts at the back of San G, or we find 4 more courts at Steed or somewhere else. Yeah.
But
The other thing.
No, I understand your point, Councilman. I want to make sure that that's what we're doing, so we don't come back and have this discussion again about,
Set in stone.
yeah, well, that's true. It's never set in
Yeah,
stone.
there's nothing set in stone, so.
I at least want to know the direction you're heading.
Address it to Mark, is it possible, if you do make this amendment, that we just rely on staff to, and not bring it back to city council, to figure out the ways to mitigate that sound? They could meet with residents and come up with a solution that addresses time, hours,
Practice.
Or
Yeah, because if I can interrupt again, I don't think it's just sound. There's been some discussion about traffic, so maybe it's looking at, maybe reducing weekend play and, mornings and some of those other things.
Or hours.
Better program the park to try to reduce the overall noise and the overall parking as we do this. And I think that's important.
I like the idea of the Parks Commission, but I don't think the Parks Commission can act quickly enough in the context we're in right now. I think it is staff that has the know-how and can get back quickly. I guess for me, it seems like there is consensus on that part of it, but I guess the question is, do we amend the master plan now, or continue to have everything shut down, which is the status it is right now? Or do we keep it open until we hear from staff? Do we keep 4 courts open until we hear from staff about what to do? I guess that seems to be where I see the rub is.
I think Mark's comment was, and I think Victor may have hinted at it as well, at least leaving one of them open until we do the analysis.
Yeah.
So you
we
could
can
help
do
me
that in a
with making this motion. I would like to make the motion that we close or keep closed one of the courts, and as it reverts back to a tennis court, and keep the other.
So amend the master
Amend the
plan
master plan.
to take court 1.
One is the
Temporary?
temporary court.
Take court 1 back to tennis. Okay.
Court 1 back to tennis, and keep court 2 as pickleball
With
courts.
limited hours.
With limited hours. Yeah.
So I think what you want to do then is take a look at the resolution that's in your packet. And I think that the change that you're proposing would be to adopt the resolution, but with the following changes. That in section 3, the San Gorgonio Parkside Master Plan is hereby amended to discontinue pickleball as an allowed use of court number 1, and to reestablish that court for the sole use of playing tennis. That sounds like what you want.
Yes.
And then by not saying anything about court 2, it stays as
Stays as
pickleball. Okay.
as a dual use.
Now, on that, do I need to make a subsequent motion to direct staff to look at limiting hours? Would this be a separate thing?
You could either do it together or you could do it separately.
Okay, I would like to also include in my motion to direct staff to look at limiting
Wait.
or
do you want to limit hours now, or do you want to direct staff to come back to us at the next meeting with advice on hours?
Why don't we direct staff to come back at the next meeting on limiting hours?
Okay, so you would
Or,
stick.
or limiting amount of play and type of play.
And addressing traffic and addressing all of those other concerns. But I guess the question is, so you would keep the hours as is for Court 2?
So,
Yes. Yeah,
So
as they are right now until staff comes back.
so as is,
recommendations.
all the pickleball courts are closed.
Okay.
So the action before council tonight only has to do with amending the master plan. So
Gotcha.
if you want to reopen those courts, you would direct staff to bring that back to you at the next meeting.
Okay, so because the court closure is not before us.
Correct.
It's going to be closed until our next council meeting, whenever that is. Okay?
All right.
So, okay.
Well,
So that means that.
that's not my understanding. That's not,
Yeah, that.
There's not a way to have those 4 pickleball courts open tomorrow morning.
if we reject this, aren't they open?
No.
They don't
if-
remain open?
If you take no action, the master plan is not amended,
But
but the.
But we are amending it.
The council's prior action to close the courts is still in place.
And it is not on the agenda to reopen, and so that's
Correct.
not something we can act on right now. Okay.
Correct.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay. Okay. That's an important point, and I think you probably made it before, but now, that's disappointing. And then, okay, that's disappointing, but at the same time, it does provide a little bit of like, almost like a cooling off period, like, so we're not saying there's not going to be more play there, but
We have a pause for 30
we
days.
have a pause for a month, because we're not having, and that's disappointing, I know, but the direction to staff is, we want to know on our December 5th, I think, meeting, what are the conditions on which we should open that Court 2, those 4 pickleball courts that address these very genuine community health issues. Is that something that everybody can abide by, knowing that we're going to have no play there then for this 30 days?
It is unfortunate, but I think that's.
I think we're stuck with that no matter what.
Yeah.
Is that true? That's the only outcome? There's no action? Because what I heard from staff before is that if we took certain action, we could keep these courts open. So help me understand.
Yeah, I think it puts us all in a very unique position. Right now, what is allowed under the master plan is you allow pickleball in Sanji. There was a motion, which, by the way, wasn't on the agenda that night either, to close at the time that we have pickleball up at Steed Park. So if the city council is going to continue to allow pickleball on Court 2, I'm not sure if someone goes over there to play pickleball, I'm not sure how we enforce that because it's allowed now.
I mean, if they climb the fence.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, again, I'm not trying to make criminals out of anybody
Pass the
here.
ordinance, and tonight agendize at the next meeting an amendment to do exactly what you're going to do, whatever the majority of the council wants to do.
Well, but I don't know that there's support for converting both courts back to tennis, right? So I don't know why we would do that and then have to change it back, right? I think the revisions as the city attorney made them are what at least Mark wanted to propose. It sounds like we don't.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
It sounds like we're not going to be able to open them because we previously directed to close them, and we did not agendize reopening.
I was going to say, if we pass this ordinance, you're not opening them tomorrow for tennis. They're not ready to play tennis, right? I mean, they're not tennis courts. So if we just pass the ordinance and then agendized whatever it is you wanted to do for the next meeting, it just seems like it'd be cleaner. I don't know. Whatever we have to do, it seems like it's going to have to be done by the council at the next meeting. We haven't
what's
agendized
the
opening up one court or two courts.
What's the purpose of passing the amendment, though? I mean, I don't see
Well,
how
I
that's
guess you
any
could
different
I
than
guess you
not
could
passing
table
it.
it. I guess you could table it.
You table
Well, if you don't pass it, then, yeah, pickleball courts are done.
So Mayor
Yeah.
and Council,
Yeah.
I think that there's a better solution here that maybe just clears everything.
What
You
took
ha-
so
you-
long?
You have a council meeting on Thursday. We could call a special meeting as part of that meeting, and you could take action at a special meeting and give us direction. Now that keeps the pickleball courts closed for a couple of days, but at least then we're clearing up what is really two conflicting things. You know, it's, two things can be right and two things can be wrong, and two things are right here. One of them is, that it's clear what the council wants to do, but we're also working under a motion to close the
Right.
pickleball court. So I think we can wait a couple of days and get them straight, and get that on as a special meeting, and it just clears the air so that when someone goes back through the record. So if you're okay with this, I think, I would request that perhaps we continue this item and let us bring to you
2 hours of
something-
discussion?
Well, you know,
Just
again.
kidding. No, I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
just to make sure we're all on the same page and it's done correctly and on a noticed agenda, have that as part of a special meeting. It's clear what the council wants to do. It's a workshop.
Right.
So you guys don't want to come because it's going to be a boring workshop. You're welcome to come. But anybody's welcome to come to your meetings. But it might just clear the air so that it's very clear what's happening here instead of having any conflicting motions or changing resolutions
Okay,
in
so
the middle
then
of the
let's-
meeting and.
I like that. Let's be clear on what the direction is that we're going to give staff to come back with us at a special meeting on Thursday?
All right.
Okay. Do you want to try it, Mark?
I'm
since
gonna
you-
try.
Okay.
I would like staff to come back with the recommendation that Court 1 is the more permanent.
No, two.
Oh, sorry.
Two would be the permanent.
Sorry, that Court 2 remain open as a pickleball court, and Court 1 be converted back to tennis.
With advice and recommendations on how to minimize all of the noise effects, traffic effects, and otherwise with the four courts. Right?
Yes.
Will, Mr. City Manager, are you prepared to do that analysis and be ready for us next Thursday?
This
Thursday.
This Thursday, I mean,
Yeah.
not next. This Thursday, day after tomorrow.
Sure, that just, Sam needs no.
That's a good city manager, sure, Samantha's
sure,
ready.
yeah.
Well, I think we've given some parameters.
No,
right? We're looking
I
at-
think it'll be more clear than what we're doing tonight.
Yeah, we're talking about hours, we're talking about what type of play is there, we're talking about whether, if you think maybe reservations would be something that would be workable, like, those are basically the lessons as part of that.
It clears up two conflicting motions, and I think
Yeah, I think
that's
that's
what really
right. I think
makes it.
that's right, okay. All right, so, yeah, we'll obviously, we'll publicize the notice in enough time as is required.
It's a 24-hour notice for a special meeting.
Yeah, special meeting. Okay, does that sound good to everybody?
Do we need a motion, or is that clear for?
Okay, so, do we need a motion? Okay, let's make a motion then, Mark?
Wait, do I have to say all that?
No. I think the direction is clear. The motion is just to continue the item until.
Okay, I'll make a
special
motion to continue the item at our next scheduled meeting as a special item on Thursday. No, I messed it up. What?
You're asking the council to schedule a special meeting.
Sorry. I
Continuing
make a
this
mo-
to a special meeting.
Continue this to a special meeting to be scheduled on Thursday.
I would like to make that motion.
All right. Second motion is, and my second is Cabral. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay.
One,
Good.
one,
So Leffler is a no, and it passes 4-1.
one point of clarification.
yes.
Your council retreat begins at 2. We were scheduling that, planning for that to end at 5. Do you want the special meeting to begin at 5 o'clock, 6
5.
o'clock,
Gives
5
the
o'clock? Okay.
public a better chance to attend.
That's a way to kick off the retreat.
Or at 4:30, at
I'm not here
4:30.
at 5.
You're leaving promptly at 5?
I'm leaving at 5, yeah.
So perhaps at 4:30 then.
4:30?
Okay, 4:30. 4:30? Okay. Yeah. That works for me. Hopefully, we can do that in a half an hour. Oh, look at my calendar is a mess, dude. Well, that was anticlimactic. but.
Well, you're all coming back on
hopefully,
Thursday, so we'll see you then.
I think we definitely understand the comments out there on both sides. And I know everybody's probably a little bit disappointed, but we tried to do the best we could here, so.
Disappointed,
Hopefully,
you know, it's a
we'll
good compromise.
we'll figure it out on Thursday. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Steve Park.
We'll see you at Steed. By the way, a lot of people there during working hours. Interesting.
Work at home.
Whole different subject. Should we take a 5-minute break again? Okay, 5-minute break again. While we let the room clear, we will reconvene at 10:30.
I don't know what else to do. I'm thinking through. I don't know. I don't know.
I want to be part of this.
the meeting here. Thank you, everybody. Please or bring the conversations, I guess, out into the hallway if you can. We are on item, City Clerk, item.
Yes, item 8B, and this is a public hearing, continuation of a public hearing for commercial and recreational vehicle parking ordinance, and staff recommends that this public hearing be continued to the regular city
Sounds
council
good.
meeting.
Motion?
Okay, who's making a
Any
motion?
comments on, public comments on this?
Any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay.
I'll move we continue it.
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We passed it by acclamation, all unanimous.
Okay.
So we will continue that to the December 5th meeting? Is that what it is? Okay.
Okay. The next public hearing, I'll just read this. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the city council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. And this next item is consideration of a Mills Act contract, historic property preservation agreement 23-204 for the residential property located at 166 West Avenida Alessandro, and finding the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing, and thank you, folks, for sticking around through all of that. I'm sorry. Thank you, Rod Malott, for sticking around, too, and representing public safety. You know, we still got one here. Okay, with that, David, you guys want to, oh.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Carl Morales, Community Development Technician with the Planning Division.
Okay,
Before the
great.
presentations, we'll be providing a brief background on the Mills Act program. Next slide, please. The program was adopted by the state of California in 1976, and it allows cities to reduce property taxes for owners of historic properties. And in return, property owners agree to complete improvements to the property by a specific year. The city has decided to name these agreements historic property preservation agreements, which are the ones before you tonight. This agreement is a minimum 10-year contract, which automatically renews annually, and either the city or the property owners can provide a notice of non-renewal where the contract then concludes at the end of the 10-year term. And if terminated before the 10-year term, the property owner must pay a penalty of 12.5% of the property's full value. During the life of the contract, the city is required by the state to conduct site inspections on the properties every 5 years to ensure compliance with the contract. And prior to site inspections, property owners must pay an inspection fee to the Planning Division to cover the cost of inspection. So in summary, the Mills Act allows the city to grant property tax relief, and in return, property owners make improvements by a specific year.
Thank you, Carla. So before us, the first Mills Act contract or historic property preservation agreement is for this property, 166 West Avenida Alessandro. Here's a photo of the front elevation of the property. Here I'll go ahead and discuss its significance. It was built in 1928 and designed by Virgil Westbrook. Virgil Westbrook is a prominent architect. I'm sure some of us may know of this architect that also designed the Ole Hansen Beach Club and the Easley Building on top of Del Mar. This was also built during the period of significance between 1926 and 1936, and it holds true Spanish colonial revival architecture. And again, part of its significance is due to its association with the architect Virgil Westbrook. So during this process, we met with the property owners, with the historic preservation consultant of the city, GPA, along with the historical society on site to walk the property and identify any improvements that can be included in this contract. And there was a total of 20 that are all due by 2028. The estimated annual tax savings with the Mills Act is roughly $8,700, and this is something that we received from the Orange County Tax Assessor's Office. Here are some examples of the items that you'll see within the work list. One is site irrigation. There's a requirement that they relocate irrigation systems away from the building base, which appeared to be causing water damage.
Another improvement is to repair and repaint original wood window frames along with doors. And then repair and replacement of existing Saltillo tiles. So staff is recommending that the city council approve this historic property preservation agreement for 166 West Avenida Alessandro. And this concludes the presentation, and we do have the property owners present as well for any questions.
Okay, and before we hear from the property owners, do we have any questions for staff? Okay, let's hear from the property owners. And they have 10 minutes? Is that right? Yeah. Not that they need to use 10 minutes, I'm saying they have 10 minutes if they want it.
Correct.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. Thank you for your consideration for this Mills Act property. My wife and I have owned the home for 2 years now, and we love the city and love the historical nature of the city. We love Spanish homes, and we are committed to preserving it for the city and for ourselves as well. We know it's been a long evening, and we just wanted to thank everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to say
Any
anything,
views
Matt?
on pickleball?
We love pickleball, and we're extremely passionate about it, and we'd like to talk about it for the next 3 hours, please.
Nice. Okay, any questions for the property owners? Well, do you have any issues with any of the conditions?
No, not at all. No, we've already worked on a couple of them already.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot more than what staff kind of glossed over, so there's a great, so you're familiar with every single one on here?
Yes.
Okay, you're very ambitious, that's good, I like that.
Well, thank you for your commitment to
understand this
historic
one, though.
building.
Unless there are any other questions, I'll move we adopt Resolution 23-128.
I'll second.
Hold on, do we have any public comment on that?
Oh, darn it.
We do not. I would have let you know.
Thank you.
God.
Goodness.
I knew I forgot that part.
Call for the question.
Yeah, before we do that, okay, so we
Close the
okay.
public hearing.
Close the public hearing.
And then I'll make my motion to adopt Resolution
Okay.
23-128.
We beat you. Okay. Motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
To accept the staff recommendation, right? Okay,
Yes.
it's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Next item on the agenda is consideration of a Mills Act contract historic property preservation agreement 23-240 for the residential property located at 233 Avenida Santa Barbara and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
And David and Carla, yeah, we don't need the same Mills Act presentation if you, okay, cool, we're good.
Mr. Mayor, if you could just open
Yes,
the
I'm
floor.
open the public hearing, yes. Staff, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so here's, this is for 233 Santa Barbara. Here's a photo of the front of the home from within the property, not from the streets. This one's a little different because we do have a detached garage that's towards the front, and then you don't see the primary home until after, behind the detached garage. So similar to the previous property, it's on the list of designated historic resources for the same reasons as the last one. The number of improvements stays the same. They're all required to be due by 2027. Tax savings are $5,600. Some examples of improvements for this property include a landscape and hardscape plan that must be developed and approved by the city, and some repair work within the porch, including the stairs that are seen on the screen, and then window replacement of any incompatible windows with historically correct, period correct windows. So again, staff is recommending that the city council approve this historic property preservation agreement for 233 Avenida Santa Barbara. And we also have the property owner present for any questions.
Okay. Should we have public comments or the property owners first? First, okay, and is the property owner here? Yes. You have 10 minutes, and I expect you to use every second.
I got hurt playing pickleball, so. Thank you so much for having me. Appreciate being here. This was a very interesting meeting to participate in, but I appreciate you taking a look at this. We love San Clemente. We're proud to be an owner of an Ole Hansen house, and I've already completed a number of improvements on the home. And when we bought it, I and my wife, both of us decided that we were going to do what we could to preserve it for another 100 years. So that's been our intention all along. And when I met David and he talked to us about the Mills Act, it just seemed like a natural fit. So we're really proud to be a caretaker of this property and be members here of San Clemente. So thank you.
And what was your name?
Paul Parsons.
Okay, thank you. All right, any issues with replacing the windows? That seems like maybe a little bit of a bigger task.
The house was in such disrepair when we got it that none of this seems too much for me to handle. I'm in construction. I do these projects all the time.
Sure.
And so it's been something that was on the list to improve anyway. So in addition to some other things David didn't mention, like the roof and some other items that we know we're doing. So
Is that clay tile getting harder to find?
you know, they're not. The single right now they're an S shape, and it's not really correct historically. So we're going to the other ones, and we've already done the garage, and it looks amazing. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Any other questions for the property owner? Okay, any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Any motions?
I'll move we adopt Resolution 23-129.
I'll second.
Motion is Noblock, second is Enmeyer. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, it's unanimous.
Next item on the agenda, introduction of an ordinance prohibiting bicycles and electric bicycles at the municipal golf course.
You're still here. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, let's hear about your recommendations for Sanji. Okay, let's see. I will open the public hearing.
Okay, so this should hopefully be a really simple issue to tackle this evening. This is just the prohibition of electric bicycles on the golf course property. Right now, we don't allow bicycles by just rule, essentially. Incorporating this into the municipal code will allow us to enforce it with an admin site. This was reviewed by the golf committee. It's been a want of the committee for some time now. We are seeing a huge intake and uptick in the use of e-bikes along the golf course property, as we've seen it in parks in the past several years. So the golf course is getting hit by that as well. It is damaging the greens, it's damaging to the turf. And this is an effort at least to start enforcing it. We'll put up signage. It'll give us a little bit of teeth to enforce the prohibition of e-bikes on the course. Happy to take questions if there are any.
I just have one question. Do we have these also set up for the rest of our parks, or is this just for our golf course?
This is just for the golf course. We don't allow e-bikes or bicycles on any of our ball fields or turf grass in our parks, as it stands.
And that ordinance is already in place?
Yes, that's all set to go.
Could you elaborate on the difference between an e-bike and a motor-driven cycle?
It's okay to say no.
Captain Christian could probably.
I'm kidding. No, that's all right.
No, I can't elaborate. I can't.
Cannot.
No.
Okay. Let's see. Any questions for Samantha on that?
Yep.
No? Okay. Any public comments? Okay.
We do have one speaker card. Madison Weideman.
All right.
Hi, I'm Madison. I'm a proud member of the San Clemente Ladies Golf Club. I actually came here to speak about something else, but I saw this on the agenda. Golf is already really hard, and it makes it harder when our public course has tire track marks everywhere. I've been golfing before, and kids have driven their bikes on the course and stolen my golf ball off the green. I just want to say it's been really hard for us to like be able to play to our best, and a lot of the ladies that I play with aren't as good as I am, and it's been really making it even harder for them. And I know this is just an introduction. I just wanted to make it aware that people in San Clemente use this golf course all the time, and people travel from out of state, out of city to come play our beautiful municipal golf course, and I would like to keep it beautiful. Thank you, guys.
Let me ask you
Okay.
a question.
Thank you. Yeah, yes.
A handicap? What's your
geez.
handicap?
Thought it was going to be a legitimate question.
Oh.
All right.
Can't take her money.
No.
Okay. Did not realize it was that.
Well, I didn't see any pictures in the staff report, but I guess this really caused them some nasty damage on the
Yes,
course, and the fairway and the greens.
Yes, it is. Yeah, and it gets hit frequently, unfortunately.
And the citations will be how much?
It's an admin citation, so it'll start at $100.
Starting, does it increase if
It'll
you have
increase with
additional
offenses,
citations?
yes.
Who are we envisioning would issue the citations?
It'll be hopefully a joint effort between the park rangers when their citation authority is available, as well as OCSD and potentially code enforcement. But this is really something the park rangers could be helpful
Right.
with as well.
Okay. Well, I'm glad we're beefing up that program. Okay. Any other public comments?
I think Andy had a
I do have a staff comment. I can't believe we're having this conversation. I can't believe that every time we're going to try to enforce something in this community, we got to have an ordinance so that you can't ride electrical bikes on the golf course for the sheriff to enforce that? I mean,
Well, Jay's
should
not
we, should
here.
we, do we need something for unicycles? Or, I mean, at some point, I think it's pretty clear that that's just vandalism of the course, and that should be able to be cited. Or should, we should maybe be expanding it beyond just electric bikes. I mean, yeah, we don't allow
Cars,
backhoes or chainsaws
Well,
to
the-
cut down the trees either. I mean,
It's a good point, City Manager Hall. The course is no trespassing. So in order to be on the course, you do have to pay. So that's one ring. This is another effort to make it very definitive and clear that e-bikes are not allowed, no matter where you are on the course. Whether you're riding to the neighborhood along the course property, you can't have your e-bike even on the rough. It's prohibited. It's to make that abundantly clear.
No, well, I mean, park rangers or code enforcement can't do anything on vandalism. It's a penal code violation, and they're not empowered to do that. So, and to get the sheriffs to come out on a vandalism of the golf course, probably going to be a long time. So, I don't.
Yeah, there you go.
You see, I told you you can get testy.
the
Look
blame.
at you, it's happening already.
All right.
You look great.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from staff or anything? Okay,
No.
I'm going to close the public hearing. Anyone want to make a motion and ask the city clerk to read the ordinance?
I will make the motion to accept ordinance, what are we at? 8E, and ask city clerk to read it.
Introduce ordinance number 1764 entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending section 12.28.020 of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to the prohibition of bicycles, including electric bicycles Class 1 and Class 2 on the San Clemente Municipal Golf Course.
All right. The second is Cabral. All in favor?
Aye.
So Enmeyer was the motion, Cabral is second. It's unanimous.
Okay, we can breeze through these next couple of items pretty quickly here. Next item is 10A on the agenda, establishment of council meeting schedule for 2024 and early 2025. This is just a report, our annual report for scheduling of next year's meetings. Staff recommendation is to cancel the April 2nd, 2024 meeting to align with Capistrano Unified School District's spring recess. Cancel both the city council meetings of July 2nd and August 6th, 2024. And this is where we need a council decision. November 5th, 2024 is election day. It's also a city council meeting day, so I would like staff's recommendation to either cancel that meeting, reschedule it, or go ahead and hold the meeting November 5th.
I move that we cancel it.
Okay,
I would make a motion that we move it to either the following Tuesday or that Thursday, just because November, December, there's a lot going on with other meetings.
It's interesting because this year we canceled the second November meeting.
So we wouldn't be canceling the second November meeting then, during
That-
Thanksgiving?
That's correct. We don't have a meeting scheduled Thanksgiving week.
So it'd be the same as this year, we
It'd
just
be the
have one
same.
meeting in November.
What would be, so when would we have that? If we're canceling the November 5th meeting, then when,
November 19th.
November 19th?
Yes,
Okay.
yep.
that's
Not
fine.
Thanksgiving week, so we don't need to cancel.
Gotcha, okay.
Are you cool with that
Yeah,
then? Okay.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so
I was just worried we
cancel.
weren't going to meet at all in November.
Yes, we have one. And then the final recommendation is to cancel the January 7th, 2025 meeting. We always cancel that first meeting in January.
Okay.
Yep, absolutely. I'll move to cancel the January 7th city
Well,
council
just-
meeting.
You need staff recommendation.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Second, all for it.
Okay. Overall with the motion, second Newblock, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, unanimous.
Okay, next item on the agenda is introduction of 3 ordinances, and these are just cleanup items, removing the reference of our old City Hall building at 100 Avenida Presidio, updating 910 Cali Negocio is our City Hall Civic Center location, and then also changing the location where we post meeting agendas from 100 Avenida Presidio to here at the new City Hall.
Okay, could you read the staff recommendation and ordinances? I think we need to do that.
Absolutely. Introduce ordinance number 1765, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Chapter 1.04.070 of the Municipal Code of the City of San Clemente relating to Civic Center located at 910 Cali Negocio, San Clemente, California, 92673. Introduce ordinance number 1766, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Chapter 1.04.080 of the Municipal Code of the City of San Clemente relating to designating public places for posting official city documents, and repealing ordinance number 93, and introduce ordinance number 1767, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Chapter 2.04.020 of the Municipal Code of the City of San Clemente relating to the location of city council meetings, and repealing ordinance number 411.
Anyone want to move that?
So moved.
Second.
Motion is Enmeyer, second is Noblock. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it is unanimous.
Next item on the agenda is initiation of a zoning amendment to Section 17.28.206, temporary parklet dining, to extend the temporary parklet dining program until July 1st, 2026, in accordance with California Assembly Bill 1217. And I will note, it's 10:55 now. Would you like to make a
Anyone want
motion?
to make a motion to extend to, let's just extend to 11:15.
I will, so moved.
Okay, I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. You have 20 minutes, Jonathan, just kidding.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I certainly don't need that long. The main point I want to make, you are all familiar with the outdoor dining deck program that we already have. This is an initiation, so really it's step 1 of 3. It's not a final determination on this item, but the original approval that this council enacted was in 2021, following the governor's signing of Assembly Bill 61 and 314. Those sunset at the end of this year. There was a subsequent approval by the governor of AB 1217 that allows the option to extend through July 1 of 2026. Sample image of a parklet on the right. I won't go through all of the details here on the left, but it really just details again that this is step 1 of 3. What you would be doing is referring this item to the Planning Commission to review the potential zoning amendment. The likely review of that would simply be to strike the date and legislation references and update those. If you want to, you certainly could give further direction on changes to that, but that would be the process as a public hearing with Planning Commission and then back to you for a final consideration of that item. So the staff recommendation is that the council approve Resolution 23-131 to initiate this zoning amendment. And then One very quick side note, we don't have a lot of members from the public, but related to this topic, since we do have a lot of parklets, there is a project slated for Del Mar to upgrade the electrical beginning of 2024. We intend for all the parklets to still be removed because of that work that's being done. So down the line, if the council at the future public hearing does vote to extend it, those parklets are still going to be impacted by that work that's coming. And I have the construction hotline and the website that we have set up for information on that project. We've already engaged the Downtown Business Association, and we'll continue to communicate about that project as it gets closer.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've heard various stories about how that's going to be implemented, and I think that it's going to be done in two parts, Upper Del Mar, Lower Del Mar, and then even within that, there's going to be just sections of work to be done. It's not, you're not going to close Del Mar for 4 months.
Yeah, no, that's not the intent. And right now we have a power up at the alley by Artifacts, and we have power down at Seville. And so they're going to be pulling the 100 block down from the alley and the 200 block up from Seville. And they'll be minimizing that as much as possible by working in block increments along the way. So it's not going to be something where the 100 block is closed until it's done and then switching to the 200 block. That's not the case. It'll be incremental along the way. As they improve, they'll patch, repair, move on.
But my real question is the impact on a business, like this business you just showed there. Will that street, that parklet be closed to them for 6 weeks, a month, a year?
Yeah, so the exact time I'm not able to give because I know that our Public Works team is going through the bid process currently. They may have wrapped that up recently, but I don't have the results of that. This parklet, as an example, it will have to be removed temporarily because the location of work is really along the curb and into those tree wells. So they'll either have to, as of now, the plan is for those to be removed so that that work can be done.
Question.
But again, is it, you think the work could be done in like a month, or is it going to be like 6 months?
So the full project scope, what's being communicated with the intent of under promise and over deliver is that the maximum amount of time for that work would be 9 months. We don't expect that to be the case.
That's the total project.
That's the total
That's
project.
not-
So in front of each location, it should be a matter of weeks at the most.
Is that?
Yeah, that's sort of my, but another thing, they pay rent on, or they.
Correct.
What happens during those, let's say it's 2 months that they're not able to have that? Is there any adjustment or?
Windfall to the city.
Yeah, so as part of this initiation, what we'd bring back is the revised amendments, and then on the back end, administratively, we would need to update the contract. All their contracts expire December 31st. So we would tailor that to identify the start time. No, we wouldn't collect rent based off of inoperable times.
About the expense.
Mr. Mayor, point of order, I think we need to make a motion to extend the
We
meeting
we
beyond
already,
11 o'clock.
we already did.
Oh, was that what that?
Yeah.
I was reading when you had that.
Good to see you're paying attention there. but-
I was reading it.
Okay.
Never, what would Roseanne?
Welcome to the meeting. Welcome to the meeting.
What other, let me.
It's been a fun one.
Let's see if we can get this to 11:30. When these were built, they were pretty inexpensive, as I understand it. But now the cost of construction, storage, movement of those, it's going to be rather significant. I mean, it's not cheap to build these things. So is the city accommodating any of these businesses at all, or have we thought about that, or?
Could I comment on that? Because, I mean, I was on the council when he did a lot of this, and I think you raised a valid point. However, it was always made, we've been talking about this CIP project for years. It was always made very, very clear that at some point, everything was going to be shut down, right, Jonathan? And so this is,
I understand that.
I mean, I want to help the businesses too, but this is full disclosure. They always knew this was going to happen. They always knew they were going to taking it down, and hopefully they made preparations for that. I don't know what else we can do.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but, You can be anti-business. We'll allow you to be anti-business.
At this hour, I guess it's okay. Now, I think, actually, though, didn't we allow storage at the old City Hall location or something like that? So that might be,
So at the last transition time, when decks had to be removed, the city provided dumpsters at the old City Hall so that there was a universal location to remove any equipment that wasn't going to be reused.
okay. So dumpsters, but not storage of the.
Correct.
Okay.
Question?
Well,
I'm sorry.
so his question's sort of still pending. Is there anything the city can do to lighten the load, I guess?
So if the council would like to direct staff, I would defer to the city attorney on the scope of what motion could be made this evening. But if there's an interest in storing, the city does have that former City Hall site that's not far away. We could investigate that. But I would defer to the city attorney if that's something that.
I'm not going to make that premature. I'm just trying to understand what we're looking at.
I can give a quick sense. So the very initial parklets were very low cost. The ones that are out there now were not low cost. They typically were spending in the range of $20,000 to $30,000 to install those. And I think it's about a 50-50 on materials versus labor for those installations.
That is a lot of money. Okay. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Question, when the electrical work goes in, will each one of these outside dining kiosk areas be eliminated at one point in time?
Yes, because the work
Okay,
is.
I guess my question is, my suggestion to the council members is that currently, this looks kind of like a hodgepodge. Everyone is different, everyone sort of did their own thing. Cities like Encinitas that has outdoor dining, they have a uniform look, and it's classy, it looks sharp, looks really great. I'm just wondering if there's an appetite on the council, for the folks that decide to rebuild this, if we extend the date, to see about some uniform look so that we get a consistent Spanish Village by the Sea ambiance.
thought that's what
I
we
think the
did.
planning commission did that, and they came back, but people have kind
Yeah,
of
but
gone
we don't-
away from what the original plan was by
Yeah,
putting up
it doesn't-
lights
it
and
looks-
poles and
Yeah,
stuff.
it looks different, though. It's not,
It-
there's no
They've
uniformity.
customized over the last
But no,
year
we
or
have
so.
a uniformity.
We do.
Program, yeah.
Okay, so I guess,
Maybe we need to improve it.
I guess when they get rebuilt, assuming we extend this, is there some assurance that we'll make sure that we have a consistent uniform
I
look?
think maybe the question is that something we can bring up?
It-
subsequently?
absolutely, it
Okay.
is. If within
That's not for us today, but that, yeah.
I wouldn't be opposed, however, to if there's clarity of specific issues with the Unity, then I can put together some recommendations for Planning Commission to consider. Obviously, those would ultimately make their way to you.
Okay, that was my only concern, just the look.
Okay, any other questions for Jonathan? This is a resolution. So does anyone want to make a motion?
We do
Mayor,
have public comment.
we do have a couple of
Oh, we
public
do?
comments, yes. Adriano.
Oh, all right. I thought you guys were here to talk about golf course. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, perfect, yes, great. I
I'm so
love it.
sorry. I'd never heard of pickleball before tonight, so that was very informative for me. Okay, so thank you very much. I am Adriano. I'm the chef and one of the owner of Pronto. Some of you guys know me. So as far as uniformity goes, as far as I know, the patios are kind of uniform. If anything, they change in color more than anything else. I can tell you that they have been a godsend for us because with the rising cost of everything, our margins have been much slimmer. The restaurant margin have always been very slim, but they've been much slimmer now. And we, unfortunately, the market is becoming more and more present with like big corporation chains of restaurants. There is very few of us that are like small, like family-owned businesses. I don't want to make names, but there is like a lot of big new restaurants that are coming in, and they're all corporations. So they have much more power and much more. It's much easier for them to offer stuff at a lower to eat the cost. So for us, being able to have the additional seating and see more people, even though we make less, we can still survive. So that's something I hope you guys consider. And then I know that a lot of people are concerned about the fact that stores, people cannot park, so they lose customers. But I think that stores are losing customers because of like Amazon's, and if people want to buy there, they're going to keep doing it. But if anything, if people stop people, if people want to go out to eat, they're gonna do it. They're gonna find a spot. They're gonna stop there, and everybody knows like you go out for a little walk after eating. I have so many people that come eating at my restaurant, and then I see them coming back with like bags, because you just you go for a walk and
It's my
buy some
wife
stuff.
that you've been
I think we all do it. And also the fact that, it's a revenue source for the city because we pay rent and you know where to find us. So that, and then we have seen an increase. So there is a lot of people with a lot of kids in San Clemente, which is amazing. But a lot of people don't feel comfortable in going with like 3, 4, 5, 6 kids inside a restaurant. So people love, like we have a lot of reservations every day from big families to sit outside, and people with dogs, same thing, because you can't eat inside a restaurant anymore because of health department, new regulation, all that after COVID. So, and also the fact that we hired 30-40% more employees because of the parking, because of the additional seating. So more servers, more cooks, more dishwasher. So I think it's more for everybody. That's all. Thank you so much.
Appreciate that. Thank you for that input. Yeah, it's important.
Madison Weideman?
This is the item you were here for, yes. Oh, now I remember you, yes.
Hi, guys. My boyfriend is Pronto, but I also worked for the Cellar for a really long time, and I've seen just in both of these restaurants how big of a difference it's made. If you go to the Cellar on Sunday for brunch, which you should, it's good, but you will notice there is nobody sitting inside. If it's a nice day, every single customer is sitting outside. Pronto as well. I also think that we live in the best climate, in my opinion, in the world, and we should celebrate that. A lot of our restaurants don't have an opportunity in town, either on Del Mar or not, to have a patio, and I think this has really opened our eyes to how this can affect our tourism, how it can affect our economy. I think it makes San Clemente so much better. I have grown up here my entire life, and when they put the patios in, I was like, how did they not do this before? I think it's beautiful. I would even go as far to say that Del Mar should be closed just for pedestrians on weekends, but that's another subject. But I just want to say my boyfriend works so hard, and to see that seating taken away from his restaurant would be devastating. Same for the Cellar. And they are two of the only actual San Clemente owned business. Like Dawn owns the Cellar, and she works so hard, and she's barely getting by nowadays, and it didn't used to be like that for her. And I know that she loves having the patio. It's created a whole new atmosphere, and a lot more tourists have been going to her restaurant, and I know for Adriano as well. I just want to say people are going to find parking. I know that's hard. I think San Clemente is like coming up on this new way of there's younger people and more people are going out, and I think if people are going to go out, they're going to find parking. I did it. I've parked summer Del Mar for the past 3 summers as an employee. You can do it. That's all I have to say, but thank you so much for the consideration.
All right, appreciate it. 2 great restaurants. Okay, any other comments?
I would just say, if
Comments.
only we had more public transportation, we wouldn't have to worry about parking as much.
There you go. Not agendized. Okay, anyone want to make a motion?
Well, are we going to have comments?
Okay, if you want to have more
No, I
comments,
wanna have
but
comment.
we're going to have to make a motion here to extend past 11:15 in a second.
No, I'll make it really quick. I just, Rick and I had the opportunity actually to meet these people the other day, go to their business and talk to them about, we walked Del Mar and talked to all the businesses. It was informative. I mean, the message that they have here tonight is one that we received from a number of the restaurants, about how it's important to them and how it's needed, how it's a revenue source. And so it was informational, and I think they're the only ones here that decided to stay this late, but there's many others just like them that share these thoughts, and we've got to figure out a way to work with them to make San Clemente a city where they can do business, make money, and service the community. That's
All
it.
right. Okay.
Second that.
Any motion?
Yes, I will make a,
You want to move the staff recommendation?
yes, I will move the staff recommendation. City Clerk, if
Victor,
you'd
you
be
wanna
willing
second
to.
it?
I'll second it.
No, we don't need to read it. It's a resolution.
Okay.
Okay, motion is Enmeyer, second is Cabral. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we've extended it to 2026.
Okay, next
Thank you for
item
being here.
on the agenda is a code amendment to increase the Coastal Advisory Committee from
Thank you, Jonathan.
5 to 7 members. And Mayor and council, this was your direction at the council meeting last week where you interviewed commission and committee members. During that process, you directed staff to return with an ordinance to increase the membership of the Coastal Advisory from 5 to 7 committee members. And there was discussion on whether or not to create an eligibility list where you would select 2 candidates from those interviewed on October 30th. I could bring if you do adopt the ordinance at the December 5th meeting, I could bring a companion report back whereby you would select candidates from an eligibility list. So first order of business tonight is to consider whether or not you would like to introduce the ordinance, and from there, we'll determine whether or not you'd like an eligibility list.
Okay.
Do we need to make a quick motion to extend the time?
Yeah, you want to extend it to 11:30?
Yes, I'll move to extend oh, gosh, no, 11:30. I'll extend, make motion to extend.
Backstop. Okay, I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay. All right, so the first order of discussion is whether we do want to increase the number from 5 to 7. I know we had some different opinions on that. What are we thinking?
I think it's great. We had some incredible candidates that were there that night that I didn't think we realized were part of the city, and it'd be great to have their expertise on this committee.
Yeah, tend to agree.
Conclusion.
I think a bigger group is
Okay.
better. Yeah.
Okay, okay, so let's,
I'll
should we do
make a
that?
motion to introduce ordinance number 1768.
Entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending Section 2.29.010 of the Municipal Code of the City of San Clemente to change the Coastal Advisory Committee from a 5-member committee to a 7-member committee.
Okay.
Okay.
And anyone want a second? Okay, second is Leffler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay, so the first part's done. Do we want to go through the interview process again, or do we want to have
Point from the list.
Laura bring back the list that we already had, and we just, we select 2 from that? Okay. That,
That's fine.
okay, want to make the motion?
I move that we do
Accept-
that.
Okay.
Second.
Rick moves that we do that, and Steve seconds it. And all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous.
It's getting late, yeah.
No comments for oral communications too? What the heck, man? What a disappointment, Andy.
Paging raffle killer. Paging raffle killer.
Future agenda items.
Your agenda items. Okay, so this would be the point to talk about.
Yeah, so I would like to make a motion that staff come back with 2 separate maps relating to our ordinance earlier of districting. One map, that would be our current approved map, 109, with a new space to include Trafalgar Canyon down at the Pier Bowl. A second map that would also include Trafalgar as a cutout, or further, depending on what is needed on the next part of this, but would also move the border of Rancho San Clemente into District 1, and then move what would be part of the Talega District to also include
The reserve?
the reserve and Forest
Is there
Highlands.
one of the maps that's already drawn up? that is
More or
that?
less, map 11.
111.
Yeah.
You want to return?
Return
look
with
at-
map 1, yeah.
Okay.
Any recommendations that staff would have on map 111, but essentially, it would would look similar to that.
Essentially map 111 with the Trafalgar Canyon change.
Map 19 with
Well, there are two maps I'm making a motion for two maps to come back that we could consider
Let's
both of them.
reevaluate map 111.
Yeah, so, okay, so
But both of them.
111 is one
Trafalgar
map.
Canyon being the dividing line.
And the second map is 109 with Trafalgar Canyon being the dividing line, not.
Not Victoria.
Not Victoria, I guess, or whatever it
They
is.
both have a Trafalgar Canyon as the dividing line.
Was it 111 have Trafalgar Canyon too? Okay. Yeah. 111 goes even further south, so, okay. All right, well, that's the motion. Any second?
I'll
on that?
second.
Okay, so the second is Leffler. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Is that clear, city attorney? You think? Okay. So we're gonna see Justin again?
I think so.
Okay, well, he's gonna be like, thank God I'm back here. No, he's not gonna do that. He's gonna be like, I thought I was
Do we have to
done.
pay him more? No, I'm not sure we need him. We're gonna have to pay him.
Well, we need him, I think, to ensure that the 109 change complies with the CVRA. That's his
It
whole
would
role.
probably be good to have him here the last time in case there's
Is this
questions or something.
Is this contract include this hearing, or would we have to?
It would be an additional cost.
How much does he charge?
If, I,
But we need to make
I think we
sure,
could run by him and make sure that the map.
that's true. He doesn't need to be at the meeting.
Oh, right.
And
so that the
because that's an
numbers-
extra cost probably to have him come in person, but yeah,
Just
we,
the numbers that the boundaries that you've identified.
They meet the
with number-
standard.
yeah, that's within the
numerical
margin of error change or whatever, you know, that kind of thing. Okay. Now we passed that? Yeah, we did. Okay. Any other future agenda items? Okay.
We don't want to be stacking up too much here the next couple of meetings. It's going to get really.
It would be nice if
packed.
we didn't have to have the December 14th meeting, I'm just saying. Okay. Anything from commissions, committees, subcommittees, anything like that?
All I wanted to say is Rick and I had a nice opportunity to meet with council members from San Juan and Dana Point to discuss homelessness and looking at how to work together on that. It didn't go as well as I had hoped, but it didn't go as badly as I expected. So,
That's fair.
yeah, that there's room for us to continue to see how we can work together on it. So, yeah. Oh, and then also just a reminder that we have the November 29th Homelessness 101 Committee at, I can't remember what church it's at, but it's St. Andrews by the Sea. Yeah.
All right. Are we ready for adjournment?
No.
No. Not? Oh, city attorney?
nothing to report.
Come on.
It's a pleasure to serve the city of San
There you
Clemente.
go. I knew there was something. City manager? Okay. Well, I understand that the city matriarch, Lois Dival, has passed away. Although I do not see that article in the San Clemente Times. I was interviewed about it.
It'll be there day after tomorrow.
Okay. I'm sort of surprised that there's that much delay,
That's Rick's
but
mother.
that is Rick
Rick's
Dival's
aunt.
His aunt, okay.
So, lots of Divals in San Clemente. They really are woven into the fabric of the city, going way back. Rick is the patriarch, I guess, now. And so, obviously, a very important person, very important to the city, and we do express our condolences to the whole Dival family upon Lois's passing, and we'll celebrate all of the wonderful things that she and the Dival family have done for the city. So we will adjourn in her honor. Does anyone want to make the motion for adjournment?
To adjourn.
Okay, he's moving to adjourn in honor of Lois Dival to the next regular council meeting that's scheduled to take place on December 5th, 2023. Closed session will begin at 5 p.m. Regular business meeting will begin at 6. Meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Calle Negocio, second floor, San Clemente. And we are noting that the meeting of November 21st, 2023 is previously canceled, so I'll second that motion by Cabral. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And it is unanimous. All right.
So what time Thursday are we?